through November 1st. The next win that we had was we won in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals that said ballots arriving after Election Day cannot be counted under federal law. In the Supreme Court of the United States, they ruled that Arizona had to enforce documentary proof of citizenship requirements in order for individuals to register to vote. The RNC and Michigan GOP, we sued the Michigan Secretary of State, Benson, for issuing improper guidance, and there was a lot of it, to election officials instructing local clerks and election inspectors to process and count mail ballots without following key mail ballot safeguards, such as looking at the actual signatures. During the primary election, Detroit failed to hire enough Republican poll workers. They hired 7 times more Democrats, despite the RNC nominating hundreds of Republicans. We sued and forced the city to develop an MOU that required the city to hire a reasonably equal number of Republicans for the general election. And finally, in a landmark victory, the Supreme Court ruled that Virginia Governor Youngkin could remove non-citizens from the voter rolls. The RNC supported Governor Youngkin with an amicus brief in this. To give everyone a quick summary of what the election integrity program was and what our footprint was last cycle, we deployed over 150 staff across 18 states where we focused statewide or in targeted congressional races. After the recounts in Pennsylvania concluded, the RNC was responsible for filing over 175 total lawsuits holding federal, state, and local election officials accountable. That is nearly 3 times the number of lawsuits that were filed in the 22 cycle alone. So that just tells you how aggressive we were under Chairman Whatley's leadership and how aggressive we were in holding these election officials accountable. We recruited over 230,000 volunteers interested in serving as poll watchers, poll workers, and legal experts across the country. And finally, we recruited over 6,000 volunteer attorneys who staffed the various war rooms on Election Day or who served as roving attorneys to troubleshoot issues at the precinct level on Election Day. As part of the expanding of the EI program, traditionally it has only been focused on poll watchers, and usually that focus only ends on Election Day. But what we had done last cycle was we expanded into poll worker and election judge recruitment in targeted counties and municipalities. So that means we had people actually physically in the room counting the ballots and tabulating the ballots. They had a much deeper level of access in the tabulation process, which was very, very important for us, and part of the reason why we had a lot of success. These individuals held a lot of the election officials accountable. I'm going to touch on a little bit of that in a few more slides, but that was something that was a new piece to the program of election integrity, was election worker and election judge recruitment. We increased goals beyond the initial target counties and municipalities and precincts, which expanded access and our ability to hold election officials accountable. Additionally, we added training and shifting for logic and accuracy machine testing. So that's when the local election officials look at the machines, they run ballots through as a test to see if the machines are totaling up the numbers accurately. We had actual coverage in logic and accuracy machine testing, which is a first for the RNC. In addition to that, we added shifting for the tabulation and vote by mail processing centers, and we added a lot more shifts for early voting. One of the other things that we had done was we treated every single primary as a dress rehearsal for the general election. And this was very important because what we did was we found and identified a number of bad actors or people that just did not know the law. Most of the time, it's folks that just don't understand law, not necessarily bad actors, but there are some instances of that. But by treating the primary as a dress rehearsal, you're able to find a lot of issues and solve them in the primary leading into Election Day, so you don't have to relitigate the problems on Election Day. And finally, one of the most important things that we had done was we built an election integrity data department that assisted with the cleansing of voter rolls. It helped us to track inactive voters that were improperly getting ballots, and it helped us to identify double voters. So we actually have identified a number of voters across states that voted twice. So someone that voted in Michigan, someone that voted in Pennsylvania. That's just an example. We found thousands of people that had improperly voted twice. And these are things that are going to be ongoing litigation and things that we're looking into. But this was a first for the Election Integrity Department, was looking into the voter rolls and holding people accountable. We were able to knock off a number of inactive voters and improper voters that were on the rolls leading into Election Day, which I'll touch on in states like Nevada. So that's just a little bit of a look at some of the expanded election integrity operations past what we were doing in previous cycles. And I want to give everyone a little bit of a background on why the RNC has been able to do a lot more in election integrity operations. And that's mainly because for many, many years, we were under something called the consent decree. Consent decree did not allow the RNC to participate in election day activities such as poll watching. So now that the consent decree was lifted in 2020, the RNC was able to deploy an election integrity operation for the first time that assisted in the recruitment of poll watchers and an expanded legal apparatus to dive into a number of the issues that we've experienced over the years. So now we're looking at this is going to be truly the third election season where there is an effective election integrity operation. The 2026 cycle will be the third time that the RNC has participated. Every single cycle, we identify and add in new pieces to it. You're in essence starting from scratch. And a number of the folks that have been involved in election integrity at the RNC right now, they've been involved at the statewide level. So, for example, in the state of Florida, I have been involved in multiple recounts. I have been doing battle with our friends in Broward County back when we had Brenda Snipes as one of our problem people. And her operation. Palm Beach is another one that I had a number of experiences with over the many years, from 2010 all the way up until 2018, when some inevitable changes were made at the Broward and Palm Beach level with their leadership. And that's because we had a state-based operation that was focused on election integrity. And many of those folks we've then moved up to the national level who have been punching in and adding in elements of a lot of the successes that we found in Florida, and we've helped to nationalize those successes. So let me dive into some of the state-by-state specifics on what we had. There might be an echo. There we go. Thank you. We achieved 100% poll watcher coverage in every single target county and 80% in non-target. Our legal team was I think we might mute Daniel Smir Iglio. You might want to mute. There's a background. In Georgia, 100% of our tier 1 locations were covered in the metro Atlanta area with all volunteers. Now, to compare that to 2020, about 30% coverage with the paid operation. So thanks to all of the wonderful volunteers, activists, the various groups that we partnered up with, we were able to get to achieve 100% coverage, which was the first for the state of Georgia. Some issues we tracked on election day, we had over 60 bomb threats that were called throughout Georgia on election day. 32 alone were in full pending. We tracked every single threat starting at 9:29 a.m. and litigated every attempt by the Democrats to extend the polling hours. One of the unique things too was once we started to see that there was bomb threats, we applied that for all of our cities across the country, who then started to track from the moment there was a bomb in their states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. A number of those states had bomb threats. They were able to start tracking those bomb threats. And if the polling location was closed, they were able to track to the minute how long those polling locations were closed due to the bomb threat. And we were able to make sure that those locations were not extended beyond the minute that they were closed. We only had 12
this one. So I went back to normal. Back to I have Bluetooth devices. Let me turn this.
Every poll watcher had what we had was when
I know I need to do this.
We printed the court orders that extended polling hours and those locations interruptions. We printed them and had them delivered to every single poll worker or poll watcher on the ground. Which is a very, very hard operation to lift. What we did by ensuring to do that, we have a printed order at the local level decided they wanted to expand beyond what the court had allowed. We had the order in hand and were able to shut it down right then and there. DeKalb County had several locations that were kept open with extended hours by court order. Our team made certain that each of those locations had an observer that was there until each one had results tapes and the building was closed down. Some of these locations were open until 3, 4 in the morning. We had amazing volunteers who were on the ground that were able to ensure that no funny business was kept going after hours. Michigan, this was a fun one. As a result of the pre-election lawsuit, we had placed over 600 poll workers on the ground in Detroit. That is a historically high number. Those poll workers, and this was this is a great example of why it's important to have poll workers hired in polling locations. Because what our poll workers had alerted us to, and our attorneys, that election officials were trying to collect signatures to certify the close of polls before voting had actually concluded. So in other words, the local folks were attempting to prematurely certify that the count was accurate in a Democrat-controlled heavy city. We deployed our attorneys, our poll watchers, and staff into those precincts to rectify this issue and ensured that the count was conducted and polls closed appropriately. Now, in comparison to 2020, we only had 10 poll workers hired in the city of Detroit. This last cycle, we had 600. We had one person at every single absentee count board, early voting location, and polling location. That was a monumental lift, and that was in large part because of the operation the RNC built, but also because we had partnered with a lot of other groups and folks that were activists on the ground that cared about getting poll workers placed in Detroit. This was also possible only because we ran a dress rehearsal for every general election, as I touched on earlier, by organizing poll watchers and recruiting poll workers in the primary. Because we attempted to place these poll workers
Recording in progress.
Poll workers across multiple sites in Clark County. Outside groups attempted to kick our poll workers out of the polling location in Clark and Washoe counties, starting at 9:30 a.m. on election day. Following our attorneys engaging with local elected officials, we secured access to all polling sites in Clark and Washoe counties to promote transparency and accountability. In addition to that, we filed a number of suits in Nevada to clean the voter rolls, which resulted in better list maintenance practices in Nevada. And as a result, we were able to remove over 140,000 ineligible voters from the voting rolls. So again, that was a huge, huge win for us. 140,000 ineligible voters getting removed. That I would argue could have very well been the difference of the results in Nevada on election day. North Carolina, we had 100% poll watcher coverage in all of our target precincts. Following the devastation of Hurricane Helene, our operation worked closely with state officials, legislators, and local leaders in Western North Carolina to ensure expanded voter access for all of the sites, which included the addition of extra early voting locations without the compromising of election integrity. Our attorneys engaged with Burke and Wilson counties to extend polling hours there following the polling location's failure to open on time. This enabled Republican voters who were still in line to vote. We worked closely with the political team and Trump Force 47 program to build an effective GeoTV operation where we assisted in identifying displaced voters by utilizing the Zendesk hotline. Basically, what that means was when people were impacted and they had to relocate, they would call into the Zendesk hotline. We sent out a number of text messages, emails. We did voter contact calls out to folks who we thought were displaced to see if they were okay, see how their families were, and asked if they needed to. And we found most of the time, people had said, how do I vote? I want to vote for Donald Trump. How can I do that? And what we had done was we provided them the way of how they can apply to get an updated vote by mail ballot sent to their home. They were then able to submit their absent vote by mail ballot and send it in, and their votes were counted. So this was an operation that a lot of the folks from Florida had done in, I believe, the 2018 cycle when Hurricane Michael hit the Panhandle. So a lot of these elements were brought back up from past experiences, and we were able to then build an effective GeoTV operation in North Carolina to ensure that every single voter had the ability to vote on time and cast their vote for President Trump. Pennsylvania, this was also a very, very aggressive operation that we had built. A lot of great successes came out of Pennsylvania for us. Our poll watcher recruitment ended up with some very, very incredible stats. Philadelphia, we had 217% coverage across that state or across that city. That pales, like in comparison to 2020, we were lucky if we had folks placed, to the tune of 10 to 15. I was on the ground in Philadelphia in 2020, and you were looking for poll watchers anywhere and everywhere. That was not the case this time. We had at least 2 people at every single polling location in Philadelphia for election day. Allegheny County, we had 100%. Montgomery, 154%. Bucks, 140%. Northampton, 180%. We did such a good job of getting poll watchers placed that we were able to hold election officials accountable at every single step of the way in Pennsylvania. On election day, we received reports from our on-the-ground attorneys and volunteers that our court-ordered poll workers were being refused access to polling sites in Philadelphia County and other counties across the state. Our poll watchers were denied access, and we moved quickly to fix this problem. This is something that has historically happened in Philadelphia every single election cycle. We knew they were going to do it, so we were prepared in advance with court orders that we prepared. And the second that we got the phone call that someone was getting denied access, and this is a court-appointed poll worker, so this is someone that should not be getting denied access, but they were. But once we found that out, we litigated, and we immediately solved the problem within the hour. So we had a very, very aggressive program to recruit and place poll workers. In Philadelphia, they're called minority inspectors. So we placed over 200 minority inspectors leading into election day. They were able to bring clerks with them. So that, in essence, doubled the amount of poll workers that were placed in these precincts. Everyone was let in within 15 minutes from the first report. They were denied entry. A total of 11 were denied access. And we were prepared the night before, as I said, to make sure that these guys were let in. And so that's one example, yet another example of the success we had in Pennsylvania. In addition, we received reports from our on-the-ground attorneys and volunteers that Center County was attempting to stop the counting of ballots throughout the night in violation of state law. This imperiled voter confidence and delayed the results for key races up and down the ballot. We threatened to sue, and that was enough. Officials agreed to continue the count as required. In Luzerne County, our team discovered that some precincts were running low on ballot paper. Our volunteers, staff, and attorneys immediately worked with the election administrators to make sure that these voting sites were resupplied before voting was disrupted. That is in contrast to 2020, where they ran out of paper in a number of the locations and were not able to allow voters to duly vote. That problem was solved this cycle. Additionally, we were monitoring bomb threats in Pennsylvania. There were a total of 9 counties that received bomb threats where polling locations were shut down for anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes. In Philadelphia, we specifically, they sued to extend voting at 10 locations, and our attorney on the ground, Linda Kearns, shut them down on every single attempt except for one, which the location was extended for, I think it was upwards of 20 minutes. I actually think it was closer to 17 minutes, but that was the most that they were able to extend any polling location in Pennsylvania. That compares to 2020, where you saw hours on end polling locations were extended past the close of polls. They only got 20 minutes in one polling location. In Wisconsin, our metrics were also very, very good there. Milwaukee, we had 144% coverage. Madison, 161. Green Bay, 205% coverage. Kenosha, 330. That in essence means we had 2 to 3 poll watchers placed at every single polling location in those locations throughout the day at any given shift. So we at any given shift, we had anywhere from 2 to 3 poll watchers that were on the ground in these polling locations. We placed over 5,800 election inspectors. So those are in essence, again, poll workers. Every state uses different terminology, but we had 5,800 election inspectors placed in the state of Wisconsin this election cycle. That was yet again another historic number. We received reports from our on-the-ground attorneys and volunteers that election officials in Milwaukee, who are already lagging far behind in the processing of absentee ballots, had counted the first 30,000 ballots in insecure conditions, and we had to have them start over. This presented an incompetence-driven delay in vote counting in a crucial city that had the potential to become a media firestorm. We deployed our roving attorneys and engaged with local officials, resulting in the city deploying a wide range of other public city employees to help complete the count on time. Those employees that they placed on the ground were a number of firefighters who helped with the tabulation of the ballots. We received reports from our on-the-ground attorneys and volunteers that election officials in Milwaukee were moving to restrict the number of poll watchers allowed into polling sites at the last minute. We filed a lawsuit against Milwaukee Elections Commission and were victorious, ensuring that our robust poll watcher access was ensured. Those are some of the top lines of some of our key battleground states. In all, we use a system called Zendesk to take in a lot of our calls, the issues that we had in a number of our states. We had a total of 60,000 total reports were made across target states this last election cycle. On election day, we had 21,000 total issues that were flagged for us alone. In comparison to the previous election cycle, there were only 7,000 issues that we had raised on election day. This cycle, it was triple that number. And that in part is because we had such a robust poll watching program and a poll worker recruitment program. And so the stats there alone show that we were able to hold election officials accountable on every single step of the way. And now some of these issues that were flagged, they were as small as, someone crossing the line and, not being in a location they should have been. Some of those issues were poll locations were not open on time. Some of those issues were, like I mentioned earlier, they were running low on ballot paper. But some of those issues were as bad as, like I touched on in Detroit, where they were improperly trying to close the polling location while the hours were still there. You can only wonder why they would try to do that. But we held them accountable on every single step of the way, which I think is why we had, and I actually don't think I know, this is why we had such a smooth and cool and clean election this cycle. Now, not every state, there's occasionally going to be some issue and some problem, but by and large, in comparison to 2020, we had a much cleaner election, and the results were not delayed. We found out on election night that Donald Trump was the winner. And also because of the operation that we built in a number of our states, for example, Pennsylvania, we were already on the ground and ready for when Senator McCormick was potentially getting dragged into a recount. we had the resources on the ground already built, already there, to ensure that we would defeat the Democrats in their attempts to improperly overturn those results for Senator McCormick. And that's because of the election integrity program that was built by Chairman Whatley, Laura co-chair Trump, and that President Trump mandated was built and built in such a professional and proper way. So I'll give you guys a little bit of a look ahead into what the focus of President Trump's election integrity program at the RNC will be looking like. We have staff on the ground for the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. That race will be concluded on April 1st. We've been participating in election judge, majority inspector, minority inspector recruitment in Pennsylvania. We've been working on election board and election judge recruitment in Virginia. We will be participating in the Virginia and New Jersey 2025 governor races. We will be building election integrity programs in those states. And we're also currently planning to build for the 2026 to 2028 cycle. Right now in 2026, we're planning to have upwards of a 24 state presence.
Brian, can you hear me? 1 minute.
And that's great. 1 minute. I'm at the end. So we will be building a 2026 to 2028 program. We're not looking at it as a 2-year plan. We're looking at it as a 4-year plan. We are going to continue having a presence in every single one of our battleground states. And like I said, we're going to be participating in upwards of 24 states in this coming election cycle alone, in addition to doing trainings in other non-target states. So that's just a look ahead at the RNC's election integrity program. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to everyone, address everyone, and let everyone know what the RNC is doing this cycle. The program is here to stay. It's not going anywhere, and we're only going to be getting more.
And you let everybody know how to reach you.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry, Steve?
You here?
Yep, I'm here. If folks are interested in signing up to become poll watchers, you can go to protectthevote.com.
How to reach you, Brian, and then we're got to go.
Okay. You can, I am reachable at bswenson@gop.com. Thank you very much, Steve.
Now we got General Flynn coming up.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Brian.
Great rundown, Brian. Hi, Steve.
Thank you, General.
General Flynn, good to see you. Thank you for coming on today.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm actually heading up to DC today, and that's why I'm not with you. So anyway, for everybody, so much going on, right? And I'm not going to rehash all of what happened, but I will tell you kind of where my head is at, and as I head into 2026, right? I think these next couple of years, Trump's doing all that he can, and my big message to everybody is let him do what he's got to do. If you can't control it or you can't influence it, figure out what you can control and figure out what you can influence, because between now and 2026, and then even beyond that, you can already see the big media, even global media outlets that are anti-American are already attacking J.D. Vance. So there's a strategy to that. And maybe at a future one of these, I can talk to what I believe that strategy is. Big picture, it's obviously to make J.D. Vance look like he doesn't know what he's doing. But the tighter sort of operational or tactical level that we're at right now is that, and this is why Steve's efforts, precinct strategy, but the tighter sort of operational or tactical level that we're at right now is that my sort of goal, and this is why Steve's efforts, precinct strategy, year and a half, but the tighter will be sort of operational or tactical level that we're at right now is that my sort of goal, and this is why Steve's efforts, precinct strategy, week out year and a half, but the tighter will be sort of operational or tactical level that we're at right now is that my sort of goal, and this is why Steve's efforts, every strategy, figuring out how year and a half, but the tighter I am for operational on tactical level that we're at right now is that my sort of goal, this is why Steve's efforts, every strategy, figuring out how year and a half, but the tighter I am for operational on tactical level that we're at right now is that my sort of goal, this is why Steve's efforts, every strategy, figuring out how year and a half, but the tighter I am for operational on tactical level that we're at right now is that my sort of goal, this is why Steve's efforts, but that's kind of my thing now is probably summer of 2026. So, yeah, that's sort of big picture for me. I already started North Carolina over the last couple of days. We're doing some stuff up in New Jersey. I can lay those states out going forward, but places that are at risk, the state of Rhode Island is at risk. There's a lot of, that's a state I'm very familiar with. There's a lot of angry people up there, upset people about what Rhode Island has done. And there's two House seats up for grabs. So these are important. All these places that nobody ever paid any attention to are areas that are right because the American people are just sick and tired of the ripping off. So I'm going to leave that out there for now. The next area that we have all seen, and Elon is displaying this to a degree. What we're seeing through Doge is that is sort of the way our money has been fraudulently used for decades. Frankly, it's not just under the Biden administration, but this has been going on for a long, long time, folks. But what Elon is learning is he's learning the machination of our budgeting system. What they have not demonstrated yet is when that money hits the overseas account, right? That where does that money come from? So to a degree, we started to see some of USAID. We've seen some of the various religious organizations that have been receiving hundreds of millions of dollars for, what we believed was protecting children. As an example, I've gone after three of the states, the Lutheran ministries, exact name, and then Jewish League. They, and people, in their faiths, I'm not sure that they've seen these. So that's just a specific example. We had, I think, the Lutheran Church came out with an article the other day. Of course, they attack the person. They don't attack the issue, and that's what all of us understand. All these things that this particular body of people has been involved in for attacks. Right? And they're going to attack what we're doing. We're going to attack the people that are involved. But they're not going to attack the issue, which all we want is we want a free and fair election system. And at the end of the day, I will tell you that President Trump is going to be directly involved. He's already said some things he's going to do with elections, or he's trying to do with elections. Right? He's got to work with the states to do that. And we've already seen the clown show in the state of Maine, right? And I don't know if anybody's on here from the state of Maine, but what a travesty of unfairness. People of Maine. So a couple of things. Big picture, 2026. We've got to really start to hone on how we can help each other, what we can control. I do say, you can't figure out if you can't control what Trump is doing or what your governor, your representative is doing, but that's not a true statement. The last one, then do what you can do, control what you can control, and get involved at the local level. I'm going to be hammering local action. We are in a period of time, though, to take it to another 60,000 foot level. We are in a period of time now where Europe is having a huge identity crisis. Europe has an identity crisis like we were saying, that tends to mean that war is on the horizon, and war is already there in Eastern Europe between Russia and Ukraine, and of course other parts of Europe are involved. How much bigger might this get? Don't know, But I will tell you, whenever there's an identity crisis in Europe, in different ways, it typically breaks out in a much worse war. So, I call it kind of the shifting of tides here, right? Europe has been solely dependent on its security by the United States of America post World War II. We've been funding NATO, through our team. What we're learning is that that our money's been going to into the wrong places, and militaries of Europe are not ready, and they're not as robust as we think that they should be, especially after the money that's been spent on. So, what's the potential for war in Europe is better than 50%. There is war already happening in Europe. How much worse can it get? It depends. It depends on how the European leaders respond to this latest debacle by Zelensky and his demands, which he has no place to put any demands on anybody, particularly the United States of America. So that's number one. Number two is China. I can tell you, I've been studying China for a long, long time. The shot across the bow by Trump, Panama was a righteous shot, and that was really a shot not at the Panamanian government for giving up the Panama Canal to China. It wasn't this current administration, Molina, who's really under the communist regime that was there before him, actually a couple of times before him. And so the Panama Canal is critical. China is all over the Southern Hemisphere. They're all over the Caribbean. They're all over Central America. It's introduced into this country, and China is running the cartels, which are now designated as foreign terrorist organizations. I mean, all of you should know these kinds of things. But I think what we need to understand is that if the United States doesn't pay closer attention to the Southern Hemisphere, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. America first means, the contiguous, the contiguousness, if that's a word, of the United States of America. But the Southern Hemisphere has a lot to do with whether or not we retain the strength that we've built up for so many decades. When I say strength, we have strength in the people of our country because we have strength through our constitutional principles. That's how we have been able to overcome the coup that occurred from the 2016 election all the way through to the 2024 election. The American people had enough, and that's kind of where we stand now. Back down to earth, the local actions that all of us need to focus on, in our own way. That I know what I can control. I know what influence I have. I leverage it at times for bigger and better things. But I also leverage it to get involved in local districts, in local elections, school boards. I was up in North Carolina Friday night, and we were talking about local seats, right? In cities, in counties, and of course, a couple of members of the House showed up who are both brand new members of the House of Representatives that showed up the other night. And I told them the first piece of guidance that I gave them was don't stay too long. Get in there and mix it up and do your job and then get out. We don't need people hanging around that we have in the U.S.A. And I'm going to put a lot of pressure on people, senators, Carolinos, in this next round, if they've been in there too long, because they're going to be. I'm going to tell you, folks, one thing that is going to happen: people are going to be exposed for taking money that Americans are just going to be like, not surprised. They all think people have been on the take. But what we're going to learn who exactly has been on the take and how much. And it's going to be an ugly, ugly situation. It has to happen. It has to happen in order for us to realize how much corruption we have had in our country for so long. And thank God we have, President, the American people realize that enough was enough, and when we reelected Donald J. Trump. But his timelines are limited. He is already being undermined by people inside the government. That they're doing it in a much more subtle way than they did this past, in the 2016, 2017 timeframe. That was an in-your-face, sort of attempt at a knockdown, drag-out sort of brawl. This one is a much more finessed disruption and undermining of President Trump. And it's happening in all the departments and throughout the community. So understand it. When you see things, jump your own sense and your own analytics behind it. And that's how the message continues to get around to other people who are just now learning about the deep, deep corruption in Washington, D.C. This is not a joke. I'm not laughing about this any longer. This is very serious. We have a very short period of time to get our country back in order for us to have another 250 years. And I'll say more about that in the future when it comes to how long do countries last, because they don't last that long. The average is about 250 years. So we're at that point in history, and unless we pay attention to the leadership that we have top to bottom, and we go for people who care about our constitutional rights and principles and fight for a fair, unweaponized rule of law, and get in there and mix it. If you're on the team, and all of us are on the team, get in there and mix it up. No wallflowers. No, like I'm a big fan of Thomas Paine. No summer soldiers here. Right? Can't have that. You gotta have everybody involved. Otherwise, we'll go through the next few years and be right back to where we started. So, Steve, I apologize I'm not there, but you know the drill. And I really wish you guys a great day, a great event, and thank you for allowing me a few minutes.
Thank you very much, General. We certainly appreciate it. You're taking your time, and we'll have you back on in a couple of weeks. Let's see what happens. Everything is okay. So during our event, we always have streamers, we have programmers, special guests here who all the way down from Maine, about 2 inches from the Canadian border. Ian is going to tell you a little bit about his little podcast and what he does. And how many people he's reaching out from our Trump International. So Dan, give us a little background.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. So the U.S.A. Radio and Television Network heard in 90 countries, 64 million. We have 1.8 million people listening live right now, and it's going to expand. And it allows us to broadcast his calls, which is always exciting. And our audience loves it because Steve is a legend. Steve is a legend, and he cares about us and the independent media, and we're grateful for it. So I want to thank you for the opportunity here. And also to General Flynn, we had, of course, thanks to the man, magic happened for all of us regular folks. We left CPAC last week and we came right down here. So it was down to come with Steve. But what General Flynn said is right. And that's why I had to throw out there. Not only we do something special, but I'm the first declared primary challenger officially with the FEC challenging Susan Collins in Maine. It's time for the rhinos to be removed. I look forward to the revelations about the money going missing and the various things happening in our state. I left Pennsylvania to go to a more tiny place. Lo and behold, Maine is worse than Pennsylvania. So it's time to fix it and give the people a voice and fight for it. And Steve, thank you.
Thank you for coming on today.
Hey, Steve, I just wanted to let you know, I just wanted to listen because I'm such a big fan.
We have 4 or 5 million. And we're going to talk now with Doraisamy, who is my counterpart. Without him, we couldn't have these on. They spend hours setting this up. We're in the little room here next to where we're going to have our streaming later. Just to let everybody know that Steve Bannon will be coming on at 2 o'clock. Have Sorbo coming after him, and then his wife, Sam Sorbo. So there'll be a lot of people coming on. We'll be broadcasting today live. We'll be here till 1, and then Debbie Ferris will take over till about 3:30, where we'll be streaming live. So Raj is going to step in here. Without him, I couldn't do this. Defend Florida. He's got something for hats. So Raj, take it away.
Steve, how are you?
Fantastic.
Man, it is a gorgeous day outside, Steve.
So we got a lot of golfers. We got 68 golfers. Marine Bannon is golfing out there today. Sam Sorbo. We have some famous people out there, many corporate people. And while they're golfing, and we'll see if we can hit out to the hole. Maybe somebody will make a hole in one. If somebody makes a hole in one, they get $10,000. This is our little brochure where you can see it. And we have a little brochure that everybody will get. And they will get a little bag here, a cooler bag with, let me see how it goes. There you go. With balls inside, provided by Roe. And inside will be a water bottle provided by Mary Lopez Palma, who's fantastic, one of our executive committee members, and she's also running for office. So, Raj, take it away.
Awesome, Steve. Thank you so much. And thank you for being on this broadcast, this live stream. I want to thank all of you that are watching this through our network of podcasters. We appreciate that. For those of you that are watching, please go to the Flag Shirt website and make a purchase to support the work that is taking place here. So the conversation I want to have with you today is really a reflection on what I've observed over the last 4 years. So Defend Florida started about 4 years ago. And we, like many of you, had to learn how this worked the hard way. I see someone pointing behind me. We've got all kinds of people here in the background here. Although you can't see, there's a lot of action over here that you don't see. And I just saw a hand pointing behind me. That's what that was me. That was Steve Stewart's hand. That's signaling to one of the people here. So in reflecting what's been happening over the last 4 years and looking at the unique opportunity that we have now since the results in November 2024, I would like to share a couple of comments with you for your consideration.
Just ask for.
So the comments I want to make, and Steve, just keep in mind your microphone is hot, so everyone's picking up what we're saying here. So the way I'd like to get started is, if you notice on the last few calls, it's been said by a number of respected speakers that over the last 4 years, we have been working very hard. But at the end of the day, if we take a pragmatic look, it's been said that we really haven't affected the way our election process is administered in any significant way. In fact, they've gone on to say that the miracle that we had on November 2024 is more a function of the opposition not being able to bring as many people as they normally do. As they normally do. Let me just get that door closed over there. Let's keep that door closed. There's all kinds of stuff going on here, guys. And so if no matter where you sit on that statement, some of you may agree, some of you don't agree. The reason I brought that up is you're on this call because you, like me, are still desperate to strengthen our election processes. You, like me, see tremendous risks that need to be mitigated before the November 2026 midterms and before the general elections coming up in 2028. As you know, normally in the past, if a Republican president wins in the general, there's a setback in the midterms in the past. But what I want to focus on in these conversations that I have with you just a few minutes here is many of the flaws that we've been fighting for still exist. In fact, in Florida right now, there's an effort right now to weaken election integrity further. Specifically, there's a bill by a Senator Ngoglia that is going through the process right now. It's got a lot of good things, but what he and others are not revealing to the public is that if this bill passes, sure, the good things will take place, but the paper ballots that we have in Florida that are used whenever there's a recount or an audit will be replaced with digital ballot images. And so if you've been watching this program for any length of time, you know how precarious that does. It essentially Georgifies the Florida election process. So I give you that as an example. Let's go into some very specifics. So those of you who don't know about Defend Florida, we were one of the first organizations that fortunately were able to canvass almost half the state. And the data and the results from that effort, with hundreds of volunteers working very hard, laid the groundwork for Senate Bill 524 to have been passed into law, which is one of the most comprehensive accountable election reforms in recent history. But election reform alone is not enough. If enforcing those systems are compromised, if the rules aren't followed, that is where leadership comes in. And that's the thing that I'd like to talk with you for the next few minutes. You see, in my opinion, I believe that the next moves that we have is not just exposing corruption, as we have been doing extremely effectively. You just heard from General Flynn about the change in dynamics from the recent elections. You heard from General Flynn about how even at the presidential level, efforts are now underway to undermine. So still corruption occurs. What is needed now is also building leaders who can apply strategic pressure so that decisive actions can take place and the changes that we are asked for operationally occur, not just talked about. You're going to hear more from my colleague Debbie Ferris about how to execute that and how we alter the way we source candidates, vet candidates, fund candidates, and get these candidates installed. In fact, you'll see a colleague of mine just walked into the room. You'll be hearing from Chris Gleason later on. And he's an example of someone who was a strategic candidate that was sourced at the right place. But because the other pieces I just mentioned were not handled soon enough, like the funding, like the marketing, his campaign, while robust, did not accomplish the win that we needed him to win. So you'll hear more from Chris Gleason later on today. But I want to talk about exactly how, at least at Defend Florida, we're looking to accomplish this. So after you hear from Debbie Ferris, let's assume that you now are in a place where you're able to, again, source candidates, vet candidates, train candidates, and get them to win. Things that we necessarily haven't focused on because we've been focused on election, but to go forward in our nation where we are relying on incumbent leaders, incumbent officials to implement what we want done is not a good strategy, as we've seen that. So we have to get our own people in place, and Debbie Ferris will give you a sense of how to do that. What I want to do now is, let's assume that you now are on a plan to get the correct candidates in place. And I'm not talking about fundraising alone. I'm not talking about raising money alone, because we're not necessarily a campaigning group. What I'm talking about, though, is altering the decision makers. And to do that, I have to talk about what I just mentioned. But let's assume for now that you are en route getting a new breed of leaders in place for November of 2026. What I want to share with you for the next few minutes now is what we are trying to do here in Florida. And maybe there's some things about what we're doing that you can implement. To do that, we've launched something called the Trumpet Leadership Bootcamp. And you can find out more information about that by going to trumpetleadershipbootcamp.com, trumpetleadershipbootcamp.com. And I want to take the next few minutes that I have here to go over some of the material. So number one, we're drawing from Trump, the Bible, Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Ronald Reagan, as examples of people that were able to move, inspire, and lead the people. Doing so is important because we are either going to have to raise billions of dollars or we're going to have to raise millions of people. The former, I don't see a pathway, so the latter is what I'm talking to you about now. If we look at Trump, a couple of things that I want to highlight about him, and I want to break it down into action steps that you and I can do as well in our groups. Trump never waited for the media or the legacy incumbents to define him or his agenda. A lot of what we do, although good, is reactionary. We are reacting to all the nonsense that's out there. Trump doesn't do that. Instead, he forced his opponents to play defense by setting a vision bigger than they are, larger than they are, and he immediately moved on to cutting government waste. Examples of that has resulted in him moving Putin to the negotiating table, reshaping global discussions with his bold Gulf of America, the Greenland ideas, Doge. These were ideas prior to November that weren't anywhere on anyone's radar. So he arrives, he drops his ideas that are proactive, and now everyone is reacting and playing defense to the push that Trump is. Regardless of where you stand on those policies, I'm just drawing attention that Trump drives, he doesn't react. So how does that actually work in our work for election security? So when I step back and we look at the voter roll problems that we're dealing with, the illegal censorship that folks like Greg and others are fighting through the courts, what we're doing is what we're doing is important, but I want to talk to you about how we reframe that to more step in line with what Trump is doing. So a way to do that we're trying to do here is we're trying to position what we're doing as empowering everyday Americans to reclaim their voice against special interests and deep state manipulation. So it's a change. Yes, we can talk about the voter roll. Yes, we can talk about the commissions. Yes, we can do all of those things, and that's important. But what we're trying to do here is reframe what we're doing and presenting ourselves as the people that are taking action for everyday Americans. Framing matters. Just look at Trump. Every time someone's asked him a question, he hardly ever answers the question. He reframes and he puts his own message in front. And that causes the audience to have to react to him. Let me give it a specific example. So right now, we have in the state of Florida, this move that I mentioned by Senator Ngoglia to go to digital ballots. Yes, we can talk about the flaws of digital ballots. We can talk about the state of Georgia and how we don't want to be like Georgia, and those are all valid. But what we're also trying to do is we're trying to frame this in a different way. We're trying to frame it in the following manner. So for example, why are you making elections harder to audit? It's an easy to understand example, right? No one has to understand digital ballots because most people don't. No one has to understand what's happening in Georgia because most people don't. But if we say, why are you making it difficult for Floridians to audit the vote? That's an easier example. So framing what we're doing as a voice for the general public might become a way that will bring more and more people into the conversation. I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to turn it back over to Steve. If you'd like to find out more about how we're doing this using Trump, using Reagan, using Gandhi, using the Bible, please consider going to trumpetleadershipbootcamp.com, trumpetleadershipbootcamp.com. So Steve, did I take up Debbie's minute?
We'll get her on later.
Okay, good.
We want to introduce Chris Gleason now.
All right, great.
Move him in.
Okay, good. Are you mic'd up? You're great. Okay, so why don't you intro him, and then Chris, why don't you come over here and take my place? So guys, this is the gentleman that I talked about earlier. I'm not going to take any more time here. Chris Gleason, I'm so glad that you're here. Welcome. Let me give you the mic, and then we'll get Debbie first on later on.
So we're going to get Chris Gleason on. He's out of Florida. We also want to talk about some of our gifts that we're giving away. We have been given, I don't know if everybody can see it, a Trump 47 little necklace. And I'm wearing a Trump ring, and we'll be giving those out. And then, but Chris, you're on.
I'm on. Right. So we've been at this now for a while. We know pretty much every which way that they're cheating, and we know how they're funding the cheating. We've done great work in exposing the Smurfs nationwide. And you can expect to hear some really big stuff coming in the coming weeks. Yesterday, or on Friday rather, the DNC, DSCC, and DCC filed suit against President Trump over his asserting control over the Federal Elections Commission. Now, that group of 3 Democrat committees are responsible for laundering no less than $4.2 billion just into their 3 committees. And they're mad. They're mad that they're going to be exposed and that the people that they've had in place helping them fund and further their election fraud RICO money laundering operation, they're afraid. And fraud takes money because people don't do things for free. And so what we initially did is we went after the money. We followed the money because everything costs money. And from there, we got involved locally. I got involved locally here in Florida. And we've been fleshing out quite a bit with the fraud in the machines and the fraud in the voter rolls. And a group of wonderful patriots in Pinellas County called the Pinellas County Watchdogs drafted me to run for supervisor of elections. And we ended up running a slate of 12, 13 candidates, America First candidates all across Florida. And what we noticed is that none of us won, which was kind of funny, but it was all right because we now have standing in the courts. And so litigation has been begun, and we're using some amazing technology, some amazing AI. We've created some AI to help us catch the fraud. And it's pretty amazing what we found. We found things like in Pinellas County during the August 2024 primary, we found that there was 219,673 illegally requested vote by mail ballots. That works out to be about 93% of all the ballots in that election were fraudulently ordered, fraudulently sent out. And, we have crooked judges who don't, that benefit from this system. And so this fraud, this systemic fraud is very, very deep. And you need to cut off the flow of those monies. And you have to have candidates willing to step up and do the right thing, because I could have easily rolled over and after my election was done and said, this is tough, I'm not going to do it. But that's not me. I'm just not who I am. And you're going to meet a lot of other candidates and other people here over this call where they didn't roll over either. And they're fighters. And what you want to do is you really want to find candidates that are going to fight. Because if they're not willing to fight for themselves in their own elections, when things get hot and heavy when they're in office, they're just going to roll over too. And that's what we see. We see a lot of people behind the levers of power who they're not looking after your interests. They've been bought off with the Smurf money. And the Smurf money isn't just on the Democrat side, it's on the Republican side too. So anywhere you see opposition to President Trump's America First agenda, there's Smurf money there. And so one of the things that I think you really need to understand is that these people have full control over the voting systems. They have full control over the reporting. And so at the end of the day, if you don't have an auditable election with chain of custody for all of these ballots, then you don't have an election, you have a selection. And what we know for a fact is over the years, we have figured out to the precinct level how to cheat, how the big rig has been going on. And here in Florida, particularly Broward County, the supervisor of elections here unwittingly helped us crack this big thing. And what we found here in Broward County was that there were an ever increasing number of 100% blank ballots being cast, allegedly, in elections. Now, we know that 64,000 people did not go out on election day, early voting, vote by mail, or even provisionally, and cast a 100% blank ballot. We know that that didn't happen. But what we do know is that those 60,000 voters here in Broward County, they were actually disenfranchised. Those are voters who went out, did everything that they were legally required to do to have their voice and their votes counted accurately, and they were deprived of that right. And what was interesting, as we looked at the data, we identified 46 different precincts in Broward County that had an exact match of blank ballots being cast to the second decimal point. And if, in case you don't know, the mathematical probability of that happening is 0%. We've seen and identified precincts that had 30%, 20%, 10% of all the ballots cast being illegally adjudicated as blank. So you have that vector of fraud, and wherever you see large numbers of blank ballots being cast, You also see large number of vote by mail fraud. And we exposed all of this. We exposed it in Pinellas County. We exposed it in Miami-Dade, and we're exposing it everywhere else here in Florida. So, you know, good luck, bad luck. Yeah, it was bad luck that I lost, but I really didn't lose. You know, we know that a lot of these down ballot races, like Kerry Lakes in Arizona and Eric Hubdy's in Wisconsin, and all of these SOE races here in Florida, and some congressional races all across America, these down ballot races. We saw these crazy things where, you know, somebody like Wendy Link from Palm Beach County, she got more votes than either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, or Craig Latimer from Tampa, where he got more votes than either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. You don't see that. And they're desperate here, but we caught them. And so what we need you to do is we need you to help support these candidates who are in these fights, like Rocky Rockford over in Tampa, like Deb Buongiorno, like myself, people, John Siamas, people who, you know, we're in this to fight, to win, because we know it's at stake. And we're not going to stop at all. We're not going to stop ever. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to fight, fight, fight. That's what we're going to do.
Thank you very much. And we're going to bring on John Siamas now. Take this off. Come on over, John. Give us a second to get the mic up. It's technical, not like we have it in my office. So takes a little time. Thank you, everybody, for coming on. There's 142 podcasters. The War Room has its, many people have this on live. Over 4 million people watching it now. We hope to have about 7 million at the end of the day. That business is a big voice. So if you have any information, you want to send us an email and you want anybody's phone number who came on here, we'll be glad to give it to you. They'll be glad to come on one of your shows. If you're a podcaster streaming this, you can go at stern1054@gmail.com. You can give me a call at 954-318-6902. And while you're doing that, buy a flag shirt. Today, we have a 10% discount for everybody watching. So go to Steve 10 on the flag shirt, www.theflagshirt.com. So John, come on down.
Good morning.
You're on.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is John Siamas. I ran for State Senate District 21. That's over there on the West Coast in Ellis and Pasco counties. So we're here to talk about election integrity. And in order to have a discussion about election integrity, we have to discuss the vote by mail ballots. Those two go hand in hand. What are vote by mail ballots? Here in the state of Florida, a vote by mail ballot is also called an absentee ballot. Okay. If you do not want to go to the voting precinct during the early vote days or election day, then you order a vote by mail ballot, pick your candidates and mail it back in. Okay. Per the statute 10162, there's only 4 ways you can request the vote by mail ballot: in person, at the supervisor of elections, in writing, which goes back to the supervisor of elections of your county, by telephone, or by the website. Okay. And the law is very clear in that everyone who requests a vote by mail ballot absolutely must provide either a Florida state driver's license, last 4 social security number, or Florida identification card number issued by the state. Okay, so when you are a candidate, you have access to certain information. And one of the reports that the state produces and compiles and releases daily, 60 days before a primary, up to 15 days after a general election, is a vote by mail ballot report. And in that report, it has information about the individuals that requested a vote by mail ballot, how they requested it, where they're from, what identification they provided. Okay. So it also lists whether they provide either a driver's license or last 4 social security number. But something very unique happened here in Broward County. And this is not just Broward County, but it happened in quite a few other counties. On May 11, 2013, for the general election, 17,723 vote by mail ballots were requested. That's one day. Now, that's a little low compared to some other counties, but the probability of that happening, given that the average number of vote by mail ballots requested every day in Broward County was about 600, and that day it ended up being 17,000, is very low. Now, of those 17,723 ballots in Broward County, 99.9%, according to the report that's provided to us by the Division of Elections, stated that they did not provide any identification when requesting that vote by mail ballot. That's illegal. So how did they have this ballot requested? How were they issued? How did they vote? A bigger concern is that most of those vote by mail ballots that were illegally requested, issued, were also voted. That's a big problem. And I'll tell you why it's a big problem for Broward County specifically, because Broward County is it's a blue state. You look at the map, it's colored blue. Well, in the last election, 4 of the races, well, every single Democrat won the vote by mail ballot vote in the last election. Whether they won or lost the race, they won the vote by mail ballot vote by a lot. The Republicans that lost, 4 of them lost by a margin of less than 10,000 votes. And that was due to the vote by mail ballot vote. I hope that all makes sense now. Now, if I'm telling you that there was 17,000 vote by mail ballots in Broward County that should have never been requested, issued, and voted, and there were 4 Republicans that lost by a margin less than that number, I have to ask the question, why is Broward blue? Because according to the numbers, Republicans should have won every single race, every single partisan race. Now, it's not just a Broward County issue. Every single county that I've looked at so far, the Democrats have a substantial lead in the vote by mail ballot vote. Now, some have argued that Democrats tend to request vote by mail ballot votes more than Republicans. Okay, well, we can also look at the party affiliation of those that requested the vote by mail ballots and those that voted. In some races, in order for the numbers to make sense, every single Democrat would have had to vote Democrat, every single independent would have also had to vote Democrat, and a percentage of Republicans would have had to vote Democrat in order for the numbers to make sense that they're telling us. And given today's climate, the political climate, I just find that very difficult to believe. Now, in the state of Florida, 580,118 ballots were requested and issued that did not provide any identification. Of those, 476,241 voted. We're talking about numbers that have determined races here. The only reason, and the main reason, and you know, we'll go back to the too big to rig. What did that mean? That meant that we have to overcome the vote by mail ballot fraud vote that's going on. And we did that on election day. Tremendous numbers came out. Awesome. Highest turnout I've ever seen. But unless we have that same type of turnout in future elections, 2026 is going to be a whole different picture. So I encourage everyone to get involved, understand what the vote by mail ballot is, reach out to the individuals that are involved in the lawsuits that are fighting back so we can change, correct, and make sure that we have fair elections and honest elections, because that's all we really want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to bring on Jeff Buongiorno. And one of the things here that's so important is he's a good friend of mine. And whenever I ask him for something, he gives it to me. Whenever he asks me, I give it to him. So we're going to present him with a Trump ring today, as you can see, and a little necklace with Trump 47. So there's not a nicer guy or a greater guy that knows what he's going on. No, he says something. He's on camera.
Appreciate that. This man works tirelessly, and the world needs more Stephen Stearns, and everyone here who's putting this together. We got a crew working here hard, and we need to fight. The fight has just begun. We're up against a demonic force. Okay, this is good against evil. And 4 years ago, I decided to run for United States Congress, and now I knew that I had number one, a very small chance because I was a no-name person with no political experience. But number two, based on what I saw in 2020, I knew that the elections were fraudulent. And that's what this is. We have fraudulent elections. You just heard from two great warriors who I've become friendly with over the last 2 years, working on election integrity. And more so, we don't have to work on election integrity. We have to conceal the fraud that is being perpetuated on the American people. I defected from the not so great state of New Jersey to what I thought was a great state of Florida. Now, I'm half Sicilian and half Calabrese. I grew up in New Jersey. I know organized crime when I see it. And this is what's going on in Palm Beach County, in Broward County, in Pinellas County, for sure. Now, these are the largest counties in the state: Broward, Dade, Palm Beach. The most tax revenue dollars are being generated. $8.1 billion in tax revenue and spending and contracts to our good buddies and our network of contractors that are not really on the up and up. We have projects in Palm Beach County. How does down ballot affect the people of Palm Beach County? Well, it does. There were 4,200 books removed from the Palm Beach school system that were pretty much porn. Now they're trying to create these 15-minute cities. Say that 10 times fast. In Palm Beach County, you have these gangster bankers who have fled New York, where conservatives aren't the only ones that have the idea to go to Florida. Now we have this, we have a blue wave. We have people with, Wall Street money, and they're taking over our county. They're expanding the rails. It sounds like Joe Biden's Amtrak plan. They want to run trains west. They want to have 15-minute cities. This is a huge problem for Palm Beach County. I'm sitting here at Trump International Golf Course, and the same county as Mar-a-Lago. This is millions of dollars of tax revenue that's going to an illegitimate regime. Okay, you have Wendy Link. I ran against Wendy Link for supervisor of elections, and she blocked my social media account. And just last night, so Pam Bondi blocked Laura Loomer. And this is a problem. That's an unlimited public forum, and no one should ever be blocked. Now, when I ran twice. I ran for United States Congress in 2022, and just this past general election, I ran for supervisor of elections. And the Sun Sentinel, the local rag paper, every year they publish a candidate's profile. I submitted my profile. I pointed out the fraud, and they refused to run the print ad, the print article. And what did they do? They didn't have to write an article saying that I was a election denier. They basically defamed me. They printed an article to defame me. Now, everything that you've heard from my good friends, John Siamas and Chris Gleason, well, we have these storyboards to back it. This is the blank ballot storyboard. And this shows that blank ballots are a thing, and they do exist, and they're tabulated into our systems. The information is all here. It shows Broward County in 2022 was 60,000. They had a 5% uptick in the 2024 general to 63,000. But what's happening? How are they? Stephen always says, Jeff, can you explain it in 2 minutes? Well, that's kind of difficult. We're on like minute 25 and it's probably still foggy to a lot of people. So this is an incident, and this happens across the country, is that we have local unelected officials that are changing our laws through rule change. And what the big rule change was, and by the way, not only was I blocked on social media, they banned me from entering the canvassing board meetings where, as a candidate myself, they banned me from attending meetings because we caught them on blank ballots. They're dead to rights. They just keep concealing the fraud more and more, and they're digging themselves deeper day in and day out. They passed a rule change, and I say this starts at the top. Court Byrd, this starts with the Division of Elections and the Department of State. And I'll read it verbatim. Today, the Canvassing Board discussed the newly adopted Rule 2-027 to include the DSDE 420 standards for determining voter intent. So they're going to determine what a voter intended. Some bureaucrat sitting in a bulletproof window, by the way, in Palm Beach County, probably the only county in the world, they're behind bulletproof glass. So the voter intent addendum was reviewed and agreed. And voter intent guidance now goes to the DSD 420, which means we're going to determine your voter intent on a blank ballot. So what they did here was Judge Bristow, she's a criminal, okay? She's a county judge and she's a criminal. Judge Bristow motioned that true undervoted ballots with no markings, stray or otherwise, throughout the ballot will be presented to the canvassing board to confirm if it is truly blank ballot before the SOE processes it. Does that make sense to anyone in this room? Or is that like, this is like flashback Kamala Harris word salad. Ballots with any markings will be presented to the canvassing board for review. Supervisor Link, another criminal, seconded the motion. And the motion passed unanimously. Now, I want to say one thing. I copied you on the email. I invited Supervisor Link to come here and defend herself, and she declined to even answer my invitation. Now, when we talk about down ballot races, we ran Chris Gleason. We're working with some large language models and AI, and we built out a nice model, and we ran through every single down ballot race in Palm Beach County. And first, I'll start on the top. If you do a mock comparison with Wendy Link and Donald Trump, Wendy Link beats both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Wendy Link got 10% more votes, more vote by mail ballots than Kamala Harris. So we have determined a vote dilution factor. 491,100 people voted in 14 days of early in-person voting. Actually, 13 days in person, they're all in person, 13 days early, 1 day, election day. I won by 8,000 votes over 491,000 ballots. When you take the fraudulent vote by mail ballots, Wendy Link wins. 239,000 fraudulent vote by mail ballots diluted the will of the people of 68%. So 68% of the people who got off the couch, produced ID, and voted in person, their will was diluted and negated by 32% of the total vote, which represented vote by mail ballots. So for every one vote by mail ballot that Wendy Link received, that diluted 2.27 in-person votes. Take those vote by mail ballots out, I win. Donald Trump beat Kamala Harris without the vote by mail ballots. Every vote by mail ballot that Kamala received diluted 3.6 votes for Trump. Two congressional seats. This is a constitutional crisis. Dan Franchese, he beat Lois Frankel. Joe Kaufman beat Moskowitz in Broward County. Our county commissioner is spending $8 billion that he's not authorized to spend. He lost. in the vote by mail ballots, you back those out because they are illegitimate and no court has ruled on it. What the courts are doing, and this is very important, I'm going to finish up with this. We're taking all of the facts. These are material facts that cannot be disputed, and they will not hear the case. They're using lawfare. So I really appreciate the time. We have some great fighters at this event. I'm working hand in hand with John Siamas, Chris Gleason. My website is my name, jeffbuongiorno.com. And I just want to, praise God for the opportunity to speak. And we got to keep fighting. We have to keep the lawfare up before 2026. We have our boots on their neck, and we have to apply pressure because they're perpetuating judicial misconduct. Okay, and this will be heard, and we will prevail. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Can we get a shot of the golf course so we talk a little bit about that? There's a little shot of the golf course. I just want to let you know we're sitting about 100 feet from there in a little room, but everybody else is out there playing golf. We have 68 golfers. For a hole-in-one, you get $10,000. We have a lot of prizes, a lot of stuff going on out here. So while they're doing the golf, we're doing our election security. And I'm honored to right now bring on Linda Szynkowicz, who, again, we're going to present a nice Trump ring and a nice necklace. Linda and I have worked together for 2 years. I believe in her strongly. I've had her on almost every podcast that we had. She flew down from Connecticut, working in Florida. She has more information to share with you, so I'm going to turn it over to Linda.
Well, first, thank you so much, both Steve and Raj. You guys have been wonderful over the last couple of years that you had me coming on your broadcast. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So Fight Voter Fraud, we've been around for 6 years. Can't believe it's been that long, since 2018. We've kind of changed a little bit in all the stuff that we've been doing, but our primary focus is one vote for one legal voter, which is not happening here in the United States in any of the 50 states, but we are making a difference. One of the things that we're able to do, and you can go to our website if you are interested in getting the double registered double voters for your county or your state. We are going to have to wait a couple of weeks more before we get it to you because for some reason, some states have not put in to their systems the November elections. And we really need that in order to make our comparison between all the states. So if you put it in now, we'll let you know probably within about 2 weeks, we should have almost, if not all of them within our system. Another thing that we're doing is once we get that data to you, we have taken 2.5 months to put together how to find election fraud within your voter rolls. We will give you the information on how to do the deep dive. So if you request the data, we will give it to you as soon as we get the data. And we're also going to be setting up some training sessions. I've been talking to some people here in Florida. We're going to be setting some up in Florida. We're going to be setting some up already in Texas, Maine, wherever we need to travel. We will come and show you how to use the system in order to prove the people are actually that person, and hopefully have enough information to be able to bring it to your law enforcement or your election integrity officials. So how else can you help out if you don't want to do the deep dive? Well, you know the people on your street, you know the people who passed away, who moved away. Check the voter rolls. Take 10 houses. If everybody did that on their street to check to see if they were on the voter rolls, you can challenge them with your election officials and actually get them removed from the voter rolls. Again, we want everybody to be able to vote as long as you are a legitimate voter, a U.S. citizen, or at least 18 years old. And we're not seeing that. We are seeing people who are voting in multiple states, multiple counties, people who are not U.S. citizens have voted in our elections. which there's no recourse. If someone who is not a U.S. citizen, no matter who told you it was okay to vote, you are not allowed to vote in U.S. elections. And you will also be deported because it is a Class D felony, and you will never be able to become a U.S. citizen. So we don't want you to lose the American dream. Whatever you do, if you are not a U.S. citizen, do not vote in the elections. Also, do not register. There's a limited amount of time. If someone duped you into registering to vote, you can remove it as long as you haven't voted. Like I said, we just want to clean the voter rolls and have one vote for one legal voter. And we're not getting that. So our organization is there to help. We do a data analysis. If anybody needs any help, we've done it in a number of states already. If you want our help, we are more than happy to help you. We have a data system that has taken us 3.5 years to build, and we can match the voters on 4,000 separate points to ensure the people we're bringing forward that have potentially violated election laws, that they are the ones. So our system, again, we want to make sure we are absolutely correct on this. So you're only going to get about 20% of what's actually out there. Like I said, we have so many different points that we match on because we want to clean the voter rolls. And every state, they have to be cleaned. I love when someone tells me, oh, we have the cleanest voter rolls. No, you don't. Florida, you guys have the Lazarus effect down here. You actually have dead voters that have been voting for a very long time. We found last year that we sent down, this was our first batch, 1,243 deceased voters in 15 random counties. 314 actually voted in 2020. So after we had sent them down, and they really were random, that's 21.86%. Our attorney sent a letter to your governor and your attorney general wanting to know how this is happening. And they actually launched an investigation. And since that time, we have also sent down thousands and thousands of deceased voters to get off your voter rolls here in Florida. We've done it in multiple states as well. But we're working hard. If anybody wants any information, my email is Linda, Linda, at fightvoterfraud.org. And I answer all my emails. So please feel free to email me if you have any questions. And you can also go to our website, fightvoterfraud.org. That's .org for information. So thank you so much, Steve and Raj. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here again. I was here last year, and this is a wonderful facility. So thank you.
You got it.
Thank you.
Grace,
Bye.
take your gift. Come on over here. No, here. This is yours.
Oh, this one.
That's yours.
Oh, thank you.
Hang on. Take your mic off. We're going to give the mic over to. So we're bringing on the chair of the Republican Party of Broward County, the Broward Republican Executive Committee. Chris Marino and I have worked on precinct strategy. Dan Schultz started this 14 years ago with Steve Bannon, who will be on at 2:00. Now, remember, we are broadcasting all the way through 3:30 live. You'll see a lot of speakers. You'll hear a lot of good music. Very important to get the book from Dan Schultz. Dan has worked very hard on this. He and I got together about 4 years ago. He brought me on Steve Bannon. I've been on there time and time again. And Steve is going to be speaking at 2:00 Eastern time. So between 2 and 4, we're going to have some great speakers. Now, Chris and I have worked very hard. We want to present him with a Trump ring and a little necklace. There's nobody who's worked harder in Broward County than Chris Marino. Chris Marino has gotten a lot of people elected and very difficult. The only reason I'm the vice chair is because Chris asked me to do it. And we want to thank him for everything he's doing. So Chris, Well, they lost his ring. Come on down, Chris.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. There couldn't be a better time in history for us Republicans and for sharing the Republican values across the country. And the best way to do that is, as Steve led on to, through something called Precinct Strategy. You can learn about it through precinctstrategy.com. But taking action is what it is. And everyone out there, we need you all to take action all across the country. This is a time when being Republicans is cool and in right now. And we need to take advantage of that. We need to take advantage of Republicans being popular now. And we need each and every one of you at home to help in some way. So what does precinct strategy mean? Well, all of you have a voting precinct where you vote at home near your home. By joining the local Republican Party, and not a club, but a Republican Party specifically, or what we call an REC, Republican Executive Committee, from there, you become an internal part of the Republican Party from the bottom all the way to the top. Actually, you're a voting member of the party, but you're actually what's called a precinct committee man or a precinct committee woman. That role is you are a neighbor representative to your voters in your precinct, to people who live in your immediate neighborhood. Walking your dog, visiting your neighbors, jogging in the street, whatever it is, you know people in your neighborhood. It's the best form of contact whatsoever. Initiating those discussions and being a representative for the party is the best way to bring people and attract them over. If they know you're involved, it's easier for them to get involved. So this is a neighbor-to-neighbor direct contact situation. So we want you to all check out www.precinctstrategy.com. That'll tell you all about this. Or look for your local Republican Executive Committee or your local Republican Party and ask to become a member. We're asking everyone to get involved in some way. That's how we all get involved, and that's how we all start building and working towards fixing our nation. We've done a great job. Look, over the last 4 years, President Trump is in office now. That is from so many of us getting involved and working as precinct committee men and women in our neighborhoods. It is free. There's no cost to you. You can work at your own pace, but your involvement is needed. There are so many open and available positions that anywhere you go, you're going to find a position for you. So back to Steve.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Tell us about if somebody wants to join, the Republican Party, how they do it. Also tell us why you're doing such a great job in getting people elected in Broward County. In other words, there's something you're doing where, it's happening. So tell the folks what's happening on that.
So as far as getting involved, again, you're going to look up the local Republican Party. It's typically in your county is typically how it's done, but it could vary from state to state. So depending on where you are, you have to look up either Republican Executive Committee or the Republican Party of your area. I'm not specifically talking about a Republican club, although a Republican club could lead you to the party. We want you to join the party and become part of the solution. We're fixing the Republican Party by you being a member, because once you become a member, you're a voting member and your vote counts, and that changes the direction of the party for the good. And in terms of the involvement, there's no cost whatsoever getting involved. The other question?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
And also tell them about the Republican Red and
great.
that little game.
So to sponsor us today, because we actually, the local Republican parties, no one funds them. It's not like money's coming from the Republican National Committee. It's not even like it's coming from the state party. Without you participating and helping with your local Republican parties, they have no source of funding, which means they can't afford to mail things to voters. They can't afford to do any of the business that it takes to communicate with voters. What we are doing today here live on this podcast, and you may see it on the screen at times, is you're going to see a little advertisement to play a game. And we're offering, if you play that game, you're actually making a donation to us and having a little bit of fun while you're at it today. There's going to be $2 for one game. It is $5 for 5 games, $25 for unlimited games. And what your prize is going to be is to win a $250 voucher for Republican Red Wines, which is a beautiful wine winery in Paso Robles, California, specifically named Republican Red. By you playing that game, you're going to help us locally. You're going to support a Republican-owned business. And that's what makes it all work for us locally and all across the country, same way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Have a great time at this event. And go to it.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we're going to bring on Debbie Farris. Debbie Farris is going to take over for me on the afternoon event. She's going to talk for about 5 minutes on one of the big things she's working on. She will be doing interviewing this afternoon after I do it, and we're lucky to have her. I get worn out after 3 hours of being on TV, and you will be coming on. So take it away.
All right. All right, folks. So thank you so much, Steve, for this invitation to be here. And I want to wrap it up for you now as you are watching this. You know, we've had candidates on, we're talking about election integrity. And one of the things that is happening in our election integrity movement is that we've been so focused on that aspect that we haven't looked at the big picture and where the country is going, not only in 2026, but 2028 and beyond. We have to, as Republicans, not be reactionary. We have to be proactive. So one of the aspects that I have realized we have a deficit in learning is electioneering. And do you even know what electioneering is? Electioneering is all the processes and activities that go behind getting a candidate elected. And typically we will start next year in 2026. And this is a great fallacy, folks. There is work that needs to be done. We're already behind the curve. So what I am doing is I'm putting together the America First Electioneering Academy. And this is to get us, the grassroots, up to speed with all aspects that are necessary for a political campaign. Because until we don't understand what is needed there, we are going to go against other Republicans that have decades and careers vested in the activities of electioneering. And we're behind the ball. So the academy that I'm putting together with other experts combines the fundamentals of a political campaign so that we can sort of level the playing field. And I would like to invite you, if you are a leader, if you are a good volunteer coordinator, if you are considering political office, these are basics for you to understand so that you can start structuring your game plan and your strategy to be ready in 2026. We need to do this, folks, because this is the only way that the grassroots is going to be able to compete in further races beyond. If we start in 2026 getting into the school boards and to county commissioners, then those candidates or those that are holding public office have a record to run on in the next cycle. And this is how we have a grassroots formed candidates that come from the bottom and can start occupying those seats later on in state races, in federal races, so that as time progresses, we America First people are able to occupy those higher seats in government. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about. My email, you can find me at Debbie, D-E-B-B-I-E, Debbie at salvo.com. Send me an email if you are a leader, if you're a grassroots activist, leadership positions, or if you are someone that's considering running for political office. This would be something where you can get some fundamentals. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much. Come on down. So next up, we're going to have Deb Monks come up. She's going to be talking mail-in ballot. On telling everybody who prints the ballots and what happens with them. So she's putting on her mic and she's ready to rock and roll. Go ahead.
Okay. Put up some slides. Oh, got it. Thank you. Okay, so first I want to talk about why controls are needed on ballots, and then a little bit about what we're going to do about it. So if you click on the first slide, Raj, there are 5 steps that a ballot complete in order to do large-scale insertion of illegal ballots into the election process. First, they have to obtain the ballot design, or rather designs, because different precincts have requirements for different designs based on the candidates they're voting for. Of course, the ballots would have to be printed. The ballots would have to be completed, either completed with the printer or filled out manually. Then, of course, they'd have to be stuffed in return envelopes with signatures, which could be pre-printed or signed manually. This all has to be done in a way that the election office would accept the ballot. First is, will the signature be good enough to be considered a match? And the second is it even going to be checked that the ballot was requested? In states like Flynn, the ballot has to be requested. There's no law that says they have to double check that it was requested. Okay, so if you go to the next slide. Ballot printers are especially well equipped to facilitate a bad actor in this endeavor because printers have several capabilities of use, including ballot design, ballot printing, the ability to pre-print ballots, and to some extent, they could easily print signatures as well as the envelopes. A couple of the printers also have additional capabilities. First of all, most of them offer outbound mailing of the outbound ballots, uncompleted, the blank ballots. And then they also, some of them offer the technology to actually help with signature matching. So next slide. So a ballot printer or a rogue employee of a ballot printer who is a bad actor could overprint and supply ballots, or the ballot, or expose the ballot design to a bad actor who will print them. They could redirect outbound mailed ballots to bad actors. They could supply pre-printed ballots, and they could supply return envelopes because most ballot printers also offer envelope printing services. So go to the next slide. There are a number of printers that are active in our election space, some of them very large, multi-state, multi-service, some of them smaller, more regional, but generally they're all vertically integrated in that they offer the design and production, envelope printing, outbound mailing services. They even offer related services like voter registration card printing. And there are limited laws and rules on how ballot printers are contracted or their responsibilities. There also is very limited ballot printer transparency, and in cases I've researched, no audits are involved of the ballot printer. So what we are proposing we need are a number of ballot controls that prevent each of these risks from becoming realities. The first is, in terms of ballot design, treat it like an important piece of data that is not to be shared within the election office or within the printer community so that it remains secure. And if you have a ballot printer that says, email me your ballot design, walk the other way, because that's very insecure of transmitting that ballot design. We also propose that we introduce the idea of authorized serial number ranges for ballots and vendor controls that audits them and make sure they're following the directions and treating the information correctly. Also, we advise don't outsource your mailing, especially to your printer, who would then have the ability to do multiple phases of this process. And we need a process to detect pre-printed voted ballots, a process to analyze serial numbers on ballots and envelopes to make sure they fall within the correct range. Diversify vendors. Don't use the same vendor for your ballot and your envelopes and outbound mailing. And introduce the idea of machine signature detection. We also need a process in place to reduce duplicate or unauthorized serial numbers on the envelopes or the ballots. I just want to spend a couple minutes and explain how we came to identify these threats and controls that are needed. We utilized a methodology called a secure risk assessment. And in that methodology, we laid out the election process. Then we said, if we were bad actors, how could we compromise each step in the process to get the desired outcomes? Then we looked at our laws, our rules, and public records to determine were the controls in place to stop a bad actor should they attempt this. And what we found is that Florida is missing 2/3 of the controls to ensure a secure election, addressing all of the risks we identified. So I proposed 5 bills to put these controls in place. They're pictured on this slide. The first one I would discuss is the legislation that focuses on preventing illegal ballot production and insertion, and that's where the controls I just discussed are covered in this legislation. We also cover transitioning to a qualified vote by mail, where it's not a no excuse request. You have to have a reason. And of course, if you have a need to, you can't get to the polls, you're military overseas, you get a ballot but in general, we encourage the in-person voting. The next bill we have is preventing illegal voters, focused largely on making sure only U.S. citizens can vote, but also making sure we don't have illegal voters on our voter roll that could be used to vote by a bad actor. The third bill is what we call our single-day voting with hand counting bill, and it's designed to address the risk of corrected ballot processing and results reporting. It so happens that this bill meets the request that President Trump made just a week or so ago to the governors. So we have some ready-made legislation to help achieve that goal. The fourth bill centers around election technology security. Most people don't realize, but enterprise class technology is used throughout our election process, and our laws and our rules are focused just on a narrow piece of technology that does the counting, not the voter registration system, not the mail sorters, etc. And they can actually be used to compromise an election as well. And the fifth bill is around enhanced governance with reconciliation and audits. Much of the election process is not transparent, especially vote by mail, and it's not audited by the states or an independent auditor. We bring back enterprise level practices for reconciliation and audits, not just of the counting, but are we actually checking out people when they request ballots? Are we doing signature verification properly? You can find this legislation on defendflorida.org. We've got the 5 bills drafted. All 5 bills have been drafted. 2 of them have been filed. 3 of them have been filed and are going through the process. And that's it.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring on Marley Hornik now, talking about fraud in California. Hang on. Pull your thing off. So Marley flew all the way down from New York. She has some important things. We'd like everybody to pay attention. Drop your cell phones. This is one of the most important things that she's going to talk about. So go ahead, Marley.
Steve, can I get my slides up, Raj?
You're on. That's your.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Marley Hornik. I'm founder of the National Election Validity Organization, United Sovereign Americans, along with cyber and election security subject matter expert, Harry Howry. Next slide, please. We came here to warn our fellow Americans that we have a constitutional and legal disaster on our hands. The current election process nationwide is an uncontrolled, unmonitored catastrophe that is false returns. The last bastion of freedom on earth is at risk of being destroyed as early as 2026. Next slide, please. Under President Trump's decisive leadership, we see the proof that our own government has been selling out our kids' future by stealing trillions of dollars per year from the American people and making us pay for their often twisted agenda. Nowhere have officials betrayed us as badly as in our elections nationwide. Next slide, please. U.S.A. is the first organization to measure election misconduct as defined under criminal law, to deeply study Supreme Court precedent, and document the scale of defined election fraud nationwide. After years of law enforcement meetings, official reports, legislative hearings, criminal referrals, and staggering trial-ready evidence, massive election fraud is still being illegally certified as accurate. Asking whether election officials are bad people is irrelevant. Their job is to prevent fraud, and they are legally required to prove it to us. That's what we pay them for. 21 chief election officials have been fully briefed, 9 have been sued in federal court, and every last one has proven disloyal to the sovereign they serve, the American people, and to the contract we made with our government, the United States Constitution. Next slide. U.S.A. has tracked tens of millions of individual felonies. We were the first to discover and document the algorithms and central vote manipulation. We filed our detailed data with the states, the FBI, Homeland Security, and the DOJ under the previous administration, and filed 9 federal lawsuits demanding that election commissions follow the law. And what did we prove? Every last federalized state election official believes that they are the sovereign, that they are the one who chooses our representatives. Every last one. They are perfectly content to continue violating our Constitution down to the root. It's time to make it personal. This is our land, from sea to shining sea. Self-dealing bureaucrats and criminals did not create it, and they cannot have it. Next slide, please. Our founders were masters of philosophy. They said the job of a government is to protect the gift of life. Our government guarantees individual sovereignty within the boundaries of a social contract. To fix our election problems, we must work inside this structure, or we will damage this gift in our anger and undisciplined haste. Next slide. The first sentence of the United States Constitution says, we secure the blessing of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. The second sentence says, all power to make laws is vested in Congress. The third sentence says, the people of the several states choose those lawmakers, period. They work for us. If valid elections were not the key to securing liberty, our Constitution would be written in a different order. And that is why when election officials ignore or break federal law, they are prosecuted as criminals. When they read false voters, accept and count illegal ballots, certify false tallies, and destroy or hide records, they sacrifice our future in their arrogance, and they can land in federal prison. The job of an election official is to act in honor on behalf of our country. It is not for the weak. Next slide, please. A voter registration record cannot contain false or invalid information. If a record is not 100% legitimate, it is suspicious. Before it can be added to the official list of voters, it must be scrutinized according to strict legal process. Next slide, please. U.S.A. audited the official state records of the certified 2022 midterms in 21 states. We found 29 million material errors in the official list of voters. Voters registered before they were born, voters registered after voting in federal elections, voters named asterisk, voters with no name at all or no address. How did it get this bad? Next slide. Now I will show you what we found in California's infamous 2024 election. 9.5 million times the control process failed at registration. This is not clerical error. This is criminal. When the voter rolls are broken, it is criminal election fraud. You cannot clean it. This cannot be trusted, and it cannot be used to secure a world power against enemies, foreign and domestic. Next slide. In New York, the control process broke 5.8 million times. Elections secure the law. If elections have no law, we have no law. Next slide. Here are the sickening facts regarding California's actual vote in 2024. The only way for these voters to have voted was via provisional ballot. So, did California accept 5.5 million provisional ballots and adjudicate each one according to the law? It's 1 out of every 3 of their voters who voted. How can California not know who 1/3 of their voters are? Next slide. They can't. California broke the third sentence of the United States Constitution and illegally certified 52 members for the United States House of Representatives and Adam Schiff. We need to stop maligning citizens we disagree with and start putting criminals in jail. Next slide. New York illegally certified 26 members of the House of Representatives and Senator Gillibrand. Who do each of these people work for? We're not saying none of them were chosen by the people. The problem is no one knows. Why do we accept that for our loved ones and for our beautiful country? The theft of legitimate representation is a heinous crime. Next slide. We took it one step further. U.S.A. studied the identity of the voters themselves. Our attorneys hired a private investigator, searching in 3 unique commercial law enforcement tools used to find people precisely in space and time. We could not find 993,000 voters in California's midterm. Nearly 1 million voters who do not exist had their votes counted in that election. Nearly 500,000 voters who do not exist had their votes counted in Pennsylvania. You're looking at 8.5 million illegal votes. Our country is under attack. We put people in jail for a handful of fake ballots, but somehow these crimes are going unpunished. Next slide, please. U.S.A. is strongly in favor of voter ID. It will make the election officials' job much easier, which protects them and protects America. But as you can see here, it will not fix the entire process of an election. There are numerous control points within the election system under direct attack, and they must all be secured. Only U.S.A. knows how to do it, mostly using current law. The first step in a legal process is to follow critical national security infrastructure law, FISMA, and implement the risk management framework. The entire system must be subject to rigorous threat testing exactly as it is going to be used. Risk limiting audits conducted by election officials themselves are a fraud on the American people. The voting system is a digital border of our country, and that must be continually secured for dynamic, evolving attacks. We are securing the multi-trillion-dollar economy of the dominant world power and the inalienable rights of our great-grandchildren. Next, we must train election personnel in threat assessment and process control at every site. Then we can begin registration of verified, qualified voters. U.S.A. found 29 million instances where that control broke. This means the states have no idea who's in their voter rolls. After that, we could add voter ID right there. It's like right where that little green cross point is. If you want to get rid of mail-in ballots, a great idea. That's possible, but every mail-in ballot goes through a judging table, and if it fails, it's supposed to be thrown out. That control point broke in Pennsylvania in 2020 and Arizona in 2022, among other egregious circumstances. I just want to say I don't have a pointer, but each of those red blocks represents a control point that U.S.A. has measured millions of failures at the point. You cannot simply blast through an election and call it valid. Once you get down to the vote tally and management system, if you have made it that far without failure, you can start reporting to the media. But every single record from every county and polling site must now be reviewed by the chief election official. When this person certifies a mixed state and federal election, this one clerk, of which there are only 50 in the entire country, they are attesting that the state and federal governments are both legitimate and duly authorized Republican governments. They better be certain, because they can be held personally responsible when they commit perjury. The U.S.A. is in complete agreement with President Trump. We love his idea of a constitutional amendment for a national election holiday using manual voting systems. But after years of our meticulous research done out of devotion to country, while countless undisciplined screamers have profited off our professional work and discoveries, acting like suspicion and opinion are equal to hard evidence, we still lack the votes. We need strategy, not theatrics. To pass an amendment, we have to have a valid election in 2026, and we won't pass it if we have imposters living in our House and our Senate. Next slide, please, Raj. In 1868, 10 states were barred from voting on the 14th Amendment. Can you go to the next slide? I think these are out of order. Yeah. These states were denied electoral college votes. Why? Because they betrayed the Union. They went rogue, and Congress refused to recognize their delegates. Congress called them territories of the United States and ignored their governments until they complied with the Union. Next slide, please. Illinois, New York, California, Pennsylvania, and Michigan are rogue states. No one in these governments knows if their congressional representatives are legitimate. I don't know, you don't know, and neither do they. Certifying elections for Congress with millions of fictitious voters and votes is an act of defiance against the United States Constitution. U.S.A. has gathered the proof from the state's own official records that this is precisely what happened. Next slide, please. In these Supreme Court decisions, election officials went to federal prison. Read the prosecution guidelines. False voters, false votes, and false tallies are all defined federal election fraud. Election officials are not allowed to take their orders from the Brennan Center. They follow the law. The United States Department of Justice under Attorney General Bondi must immediately open a criminal investigation of this digital invasion, prosecute those responsible, and compel the states to follow legal process in 2026. Our right to legitimate congressional representation was stolen in 2022 and 2024. We cannot repeat this and have the rule of law. But we don't just need to investigate blue states. This is happening in Ohio and Florida. It's in Georgia and Texas. We have lost control of our elections everywhere, and it is a crime against our country. If we don't enforce the law, the defense of inalienable rights on earth will end. Today, we remind the DOJ that we gave them the proof starting in 2021. We look forward to Attorney General Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Bove making great strides to fix this disaster now. United Sovereign Americans is standing by to assist in every way that we can. We are already working with states and Congress members loyal to our country to upgrade our election security laws to the current reality. We are taking the offensive against the denial of our civil rights with personal lawsuits against the most egregious actors in the country. We are offering an election validity training conference this April in St. Louis, Missouri. Will you please join us in securing legitimate representative government in 2026 and beyond? Join our thousands of dedicated volunteers already working across the country for this goal. You are needed because no one is above the law. Those who have declared war on our liberty, on our children, and on our country will be held accountable. No one is allowed to usurp and destroy the blessing of liberty in America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in, and you did a great job. Don't take a mic with you, though. Everybody takes the mic.
Yes.
How about showing the golf course? Let's see what's going on in the golf course while we bring Greg on. Anybody hitting?
Anybody get a hole in one yet?
Anybody get a hole in one yet? Okay, it's beautiful out here in Florida. We're at the Trump International in West Palm Beach. We have 68 golfers. We're going to bring on Greg Stenstrom, who has been on almost every one of our podcasts. He is super phenomenal, flew down from Pennsylvania. We want to make sure he gets a Trump ring and a necklace for his wife, Trump 47. It's really phenomenal. I'm wearing it, so you don't have to look at it.
Oh, okay.
Greg.
Let me say it again.
What's that?
Let me say it again. Go to the camera. Okay, it's coming to you, honey. Get that. You'll get the
So Greg has worked with us very closely. He spent huge amounts of time on the phone with courts. He's got a huge Supreme Court case. Of all the people that we have on our Zooms all the time, Greg is probably the most knowledgeable of what's going on. So Greg, come on down.
I'm here. Which camera am I looking at here, Raj? That one. Okay. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Steve. Actually, I don't know. I got a book here. Can you get two of us together? I just want to give them a book.
No, we cannot get two together.
Well, okay. I'll go to here then. We'll go in here. This is the parallel election written by Leah Hoops and myself. We signed it. We brought you down a personal copy. We have a copy for Raj and people down here. I can't thank you enough for your support. got to have one gift for another. So
Thank you very much.
thank you, Steve. Oh boy, how much time do I have, Raj?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. All right. So now I'm going to look at the right camera. So I give Steve a break because he's got the event is about to begin. The luncheon's going on. There's a big crowd here, and it's a pleasure and it's an honor to be here. And just want to get started. So it's been an interesting 41 days, I think it's been since President Trump was inaugurated. And what we found out in the last few weeks is that for years, everyone thought that the real power in this country lay with the Congress and the White House and the courts, and not the people that were controlling them. And what President Trump has finally exposed, and Elon Musk has been exposing with his Doge, is that there's a group of people inside of our country that have been operating against us. And we call them the Council, the SIGI, the Council for the Inspectors General for Integrity and Efficiency. And what we found is these people have taken over the Department of Justice.
Yeah.
I'm already with the
Critical government agencies and weaponize them against us. And President Trump has finally shown to the American people that someone understands this. Elon Musk understands it. Acting on evidences provided by us and other people, they have taken action, and they went immediately after the money. The money from U.S.A. has been used to finance a lot of these criminal actions against the United States. They do the dirty jobs and they send the dirty money that's too dirty for the CIA to do. And that has been exposed to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars going to communist activities, terrorist activities, people acting against the United States. That has all been done with the full knowledge of the DOJ, the FBI, the Inspector General, the CIA.
It's so calm. Everybody's pulling it.
It was weaponized against President Trump in 2016 when he first came into office, and for 4 years they beat on him, and he learned. We uncovered the election fraud in 2020, and while I appreciate, and we've been on before, we know all the mechanics of election fraud at this point. The bottom line is the majority of people in this country already know that we have massive election fraud. We're going to sort through that. We're going to get to that. But I think what people need to understand in this call and enjoy the show is to know that the President of the United States, President Trump, that his staff around him understand who these bad actors in government are. And that's what they're doing. They're going through the top echelons of the FBI, the top echelons of the Inspector General, and the top echelons of the DOJ, and they're culling out the cancer. These are the cancers that have been obstructing us. One of the things that we did in Pennsylvania, and a group of patriots, 26 patriots across Pennsylvania, is we filed a Supreme Court case. And it's case 24-430. It was initially quashed, and it's subject to rehearing now, which is this right here, and it's going to be reheard this week. What we found out was that the DOJ, prior to Pam Bondi getting in place, and the FBI, prior to Kash Patel being confirmed, the Supreme Court under Justice Roberts, President Roberts, the chief clerk of the Supreme Court, Scott S. Harris, the head of emergency litigation or emergency actions is Robert Meek, and the marshal of the U.S. Supreme Court, Gail Curley, have been obstructing and purposely obstructed motions and Rule 22s, Rule 23s, which are asking Judge Alito and Thomas to take action in this case. This case right here only asked for one thing, and that is that the federal government agencies like the DOJ cannot subvert and cannot circumvent federal law as a matter of policy. It is the core root cause of all of our problems with elections. by federal law, the the DOJ, the FBI, and the inspector generals are supposed to inspect election fraud. And as a matter of policy, what they did is they said, we're not going to do that till after the election's certified. And after the election's certified, it's a moot point. In this case, 361 pages, in the book that I just gave, Steve, lies the evidence that William Barr colluded with the DOJ and the FBI to obstruct investigations into massive election fraud. Hard, cold evidence. It's a knockout punch. They did it with the SIGI. We know why they did it, who they did it with, and President Trump has finally outsmarted them. What we're doing right now in Pennsylvania and doing across the country is we've already blown up Pennsylvania's mail-in ballot operations. Little known fact, despite all the people saying that the system was too big to rig and that early voting and getting in your mail-in ballots early was the key, there were 700,000 less mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania in 2024 than there were in 2020. The key to the election win was getting people to show up on the day of the elections, not to mail their ballots in. We blew that up. We turned away 200,000 mail-in ballots, or we were able to or make 200,000 mail-in ballots in the county area that we were in Southeast Pennsylvania, remove them from the system. We have hard evidence that the election machines were never certified in the state of Pennsylvania. As a matter of fact, there's no election machine in the nation that's properly certified under federal law. But specifically in Pennsylvania, not a single election machine is allowed by federal law to be used. We've been fighting that in the courts, and we've been blocked by quite a number of people, but we're breaking through. We proved how mail-in ballots were used to cover for the machine fraud and election fraud, that these mail-in ballots and systemic fraud, basically they took registered voters and called them qualified electors. A registered voter does not equal a qualified elector. Very simple. This is federal law. A qualified elector is someone who's 18, a U.S. citizen, and lives in the district where they voted. Very simple. Only they can vote. Only they can receive a ballot. And we have been literally fighting in the federal courts to get them to acknowledge that and make a declaratory judgment that a registered voter does not equal a qualified elector. We have been fought by Governor Shapiro, other governors in the country, fighting this. But once that's solved, that problem goes away with the registered voters, and we can clean the voter rolls and get that done once and for all. So we've exposed fraud at every level of the government. We've exposed who the root cause analysis, who the people are that are committing the fraud. And what's important now, and I only have a few minutes left, is if we don't secure 2026 and get all this done, we lose control of the Congress. President Trump has a 2-year presidency. He'll be crippled. They're already working towards this. And despite all of the stuff I just told you, all of the information I gave you, we know how they commit fraud with machines. We know how they commit fraud with mail-in ballots. We know how they commit fraud just by totally manipulating the vote, not counting the vote, or just counting ballots afterwards. They're not going to stop. They're going to keep doing it until we make them stop. And what we're doing, and most of the people here, one of the reasons I came down to Florida to meet everybody was because most of the people in the room next door here are people at the grassroots level who are fighting fraud in their individual states. Like Linda earlier from Connecticut, Marley Hornik from New York was just before me. And there's been a great group of people here that have been fighting fraud across our country. So the thing we're keying on now is we've got targeted lawsuits to get rid of the centralized counting centers. We've got targeted suits at the federal and state levels to remove the mail-in ballots, no excuse mail-in ballots. And what we need now is support. The other reasons I came down is everyone thinks that we're all good now. President Trump's in. We're all good to go. That's not the case. President Trump is doing his job. President Trump is doing his job. We have to do our jobs as citizens. He's counting on us. He's counting on Steve. He's counting on Raj. He's counting on the people in that room next to us here to do our jobs. What I'd like you to do is go to www.patriot.online. It's not .com. It's not .net. It's patriot.online. There's a donate button there. You can click that donate button and you can get into the fight and help us bring this home and secure the 2026 elections. You can go to parallelelection.com, buy the book. There's a 28-minute video there that explains the fraud and what everyone's doing. And I appreciate the continued support for Steve Stern and his show. Liliana went out in the shirt. She saw your flag shirt. She said, "No, I want you to wear this one." So she won today. But thank you very much, Steve. Here, I'm going to. Raj doesn't know where to go.
Hey, you got another 5 minutes.
I've got another 5 minutes. We can talk.
I gave you a lot of time this time because you flew all the way down.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, talk about what you think is going to happen going forward. Pennsylvania, we don't know that much about. You're one of the few to come out and talk about it. Give us a little opinion about what you think is going to happen in the next election.
I think that it's wow. It's 2025 is very important right now. And what they're doing in Pennsylvania, and they're doing it all over the country, is they're illegally redistricting. And this is what they're doing. In 2020, we saw the manifestation of centralized counting centers across the country. Okay, what they wanted to do was they wanted to take the counting out of the people's hands and put it into a small amount of people. Now what they're doing is redistricting. They're taking larger Democrat precincts, and they're merging them with smaller Republican districts. And they say, "Oh no, this isn't redistricting. This is consolidation for economy. This will help us run more efficient elections. It's redistricting. It's illegal. The only ones who can redistrict is the Congress." So what we're doing is we're fighting that in court right now. We've got what I think is a landmark case in Pennsylvania. One of the people from our group, Karis Kocher, is the lead plaintiff, and it's Kocher et al. Versus Delaware County and a number of other people. And it's basically the core crux of that case is to stop the illegal redistricting. So what we're seeing in 2025 is the reason they're redistricting is because they've got to win the courts. Most of the races in 2025 are the courts. So it's the key to them to continue to control the courts and continue to control the county councils and the mechanisms that control the elections for 2026.
But where is the Supreme Court case that you have? Where is that right now?
Right now, the Supreme Court case this was obstructed. This should have been heard in October of last year. It was obstructed by the chief clerk who works directly for Roberts. They did not want this case to go through. It would have given President Trump and Pam Bondi the tools that they need to clean house. We submitted a reconsideration. This is being heard Friday. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at you. This is supposed to be heard Friday, but we've submitted an emergency motion to stay because we had specific motions and rulings that were given to the justices, Alito and Thomas, that were blocked. This is the blocking that we're seeing. This is the U.S. Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court, we have nomenclatura, we have political operatives in the Supreme Court who are blocking key filings directly from Justice Alito and Justice Thomas. And that is Scott S. Harris, the chief clerk of the Supreme Court, has blocked filings along with Robert Meek and Gail Curley. These are senior officers of the U.S. Supreme Court that are blocking key filings from the justices there. Justices cannot rule on what they cannot see. So what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, what we're seeing at the Third Circuit Court, the federal courts, we're seeing at the Commonwealth Court, the Superior Courts, at every level, what we're seeing is anything to do with elections has been obstructed because it is a key control mechanism of how they implement wealth extraction. So the first thing President Trump said in the first minute of his inauguration speech, my goal is to stop the wealth extraction of the American public. First minute of his inauguration speech. And the first day of his administration, he went right after the nomenclatura. He went right after the SIGI. He went right after the Inspector General, right after the FBI, right after the Department of Justice, the key players that have been extracting wealth from our country. And one of the control mechanisms has been the elections. We would not know this as citizens. I would not have, found this out had it not been working with the people that are in the room next door, with the grassroots people, working with you and working with some other key friends. We would not understand this if we had not gone up through and seen this overall apparatchik if it wasn't for the elections. If we secure our elections, we secure our government. This is the control mechanism they use. We've got, right now, we're looking at months. There's a sense of urgency here, and the reason I came and flew down to Florida to see Steve was there's so many good people here that I want to meet. I'm sitting, I can look and right at Linda here, but there's so many people I wanted to come to meet because the next few months are critical. The primaries, which are going in April and May, will decide the outcome of the November election in 2025. It will also decide the redistricting trajectory that they're going to use through 2026 to steal our country back. We got it back. We can't let it go again. Please go to www.patriot.online and donate. Donate to Steve, donate to everyone here who's come up here, as everyone's given some platform to donate. These are the people here on this show that are doing real work. And I encourage you and I thank you for your patience and support. I know other people are here. Do you have any other questions, Steve? Or do you have any more? Or I think we're good.
We have other people. We need your thing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did a phenomenal job. People always ask for you. So now we're going to have Robin Sachs from Maryland. Take care.
Thank you. Oh, I won't forget the right.
Samantha. Robin has been vacationing down here, so we're lucky to have her on. And she's going to be talking for about 15 minutes on what's going on in Maryland and other places.
Great. Well, thanks, Steve. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. There I am. Hello. Great to see you all. As you've heard, I got to catch some of the speakers, Marley Hornik, and also just hearing Greg and the great Linda Szynkowicz. My name is Robin Sachs, as Steve mentioned, from the Maryland Voter Integrity Group. And Raj, if we can bring that presentation up, I'm just going to hit some key highlights, basically reinforcing much of what you've already heard today. So if we can go to the first slide, under Maryland Voter Integrity Group. There it is. Great. So that first slide that you can see, the green one right there. Okay, there we go. So elections without transparency deserve the full presumption of fraud. And you've heard a lot of this from Marley Hornik. You heard that from Greg. And this really is the fundamental part of our problem, which is the elections are not transparent. For you at home, you can probably see what is highlighted in yellow, but the way we figured out we had a problem in our election is we went back to the year 2000 and we looked at every presidential election from 2000, 2004, 2008, et cetera. The normal change is 0.5% to 2%, which you can see down at the bottom of your page with the yellow. But in 2020, we had 35%. 34%, 37%. So these changes were extreme when the normal change is just 0.5% to 2%. Next slide. As you've heard from some other speakers, something is going awry with our elections. This is CD6, which was Neil Parrott's race. He was behind in early voting, then he took the lead all through election night. But for some reason, after midnight, the Democrats started gaining steam at every update until the Democrat took the lead and the Democrat took that seat. We find elections that change after midnight are somewhat suspect and really need some investigation to figure out how is this happening. Next slide. Peter Bernagher, who you may have heard, he's doing a lot with the smurfing that you heard from Chris Gleason. When he talked about Maryland, he ran this through his Titan system and found that 469,000 plus registrations were invalid or could be invalid and needed investigation. That is 469,000 times that a bad actor could take a mail-in ballot, because these are active registrations, and vote those registrations. So obviously, as you've heard from Marley Hornik, Chris Gleason, and our other speakers, this is a huge problem. I wanted to mention that while Pennsylvania has more cases, next slide, the Maryland also has some court cases going, and one that is still active is about right. Next slide. Sorry. And we put Maryland on alert for Voter Registration Act violations. These are the MVRA registrations that you heard from Marley and others. So I'm not going to go into all the lawsuits, but we do have a number of active lawsuits, including the fact that Maryland was the first United Slavic Americans case. That case did get thrown out for standing and is on appeal. And this goes back to what Marley was saying in terms of total loss of control breach, with over 29 million apparent registration violations. Next slide. I just wanted to quickly, people ask all the time, how are these bad actors getting into our system? We're always told that these election systems are not on the internet, they aren't controlled. But there is something called the Albert Sensor Network through the Center of Information Security. This group is actually backed by Pierre and Midyar, and this is actually one of those NGOs where the government is outsourcing things and we get no transparency. So the Albert Sensor Network is in all 50 states. We want some transparency into what is this network doing. It is in all of our states. It is a network, and a bad actor maybe could be using this network. We don't know for sure. The next slide. The other thing that is out there is what is running our electronic poll books, and this is FirstNet. And FirstNet is also a nationwide cellular network that is connecting everything. So from 2017 until 2020, they put all these back-end things into our system. And could this be how bad actors are getting into these election systems? So that tells you and reinforces what you've heard from the other speakers. Next slide. I wanted to invite people. What can you do? The Maryland Voter Integrity Group is a part of the Election Integrity Network that right now has about 30 active states. And we have task force meetings every single week that you can join, from vote by mail to voter rolls to audits to legislative, stop ranked choice voting, only citizens vote, and your local task force meetings. And we're going to tell you where to go to get that. Next slide. So I just need that next slide because I'm going to tell people what to do. And we're going to wrap this up. Okay, so how can you get involved? go to mdvoter.org and sign up on our mailing list, and I will add you to the list to get the weekly task force meetings. We do have an immediate action we would like people to take regarding the SAVE Act. So you may have heard that Andy Biggs reintroduced the SAVE Act, and we need co-sponsors. You can go to onlycitizensvotecoalition.com and you can get, well, you'll see under action how you can get involved and get your local, state, county, wherever you're coming from, and get involved. But we do need co-sponsors for this bill, and that is an action item that EIN is asking people to take. Finally, we have a large 3,300 person Facebook group, about 1,000 people on Telegram, and 11,000 on X. Go to mdvoter.org to connect with us on any of those subjects. The last thing I wanted to mention is on mdvoter.org, you will see a Rumble page. We invite you to subscribe to that. And a lot of the things I talked about the wireless network, equations that we see in our elections, you will see those podcasts on that Rumble page. And so we probably do about one per month. We have a taping coming up this week, so you'll get a new one next week. But again, everything you've heard from the other speakers, Marley Hornik, Greg, Linda, is about, and General Flynn, local action equals national impact. We've got to stay involved locally. We need to talk to our county boards, and we need to continue to interact with our state board in order to get changes and help President Trump.
Hello,
so I think
I'm John Goodman from Hallandale Beach.
Thanks very much. Take care.
Thank you, Steve. Got it.
Okay, we got John Goodman ready to go. All right. To let Debbie Farris take over for me so I can go eat my lunch. Is that going to play, or you want us to do an interview first? Raj?
Hello, I'm John Goodman from Hallandale Beach, Florida, and a proud member of the Florida Election Integrity Team. I'm very honored to be able to address the American patriots here at the second annual
One of the guys is playing golf and he couldn't get over here in time to do it, so we got a little interview for him. We're going to be talking this afternoon with Steve Bannon. He's going to 2 o'clock talking about our next election security. We're going to have Sam Sorbo and her husband, who is a Hercules, and they will be talking about a lot of different stuff. So we ready for Goodman? Okay, let's rock and roll.
I'm John Goodman from Hallandale Beach, Florida, and a proud member of the Florida Election Integrity Team. I'm very honored to be able to address the American patriots here at the second annual Republican Invitational. My work with the Election Integrity Committee is 2 specific areas. One area is the weaponization of our judicial system. It's now turning more and more to guilty or innocent verdicts based on your last name versus the actual evidence that's presented in court. That's a scary thought. It reminds me of Venezuela, and I'm working very hard to change that mindset. But today I want to talk to you about the other area that I focus on with my work with the integrity team, and that is mail-in ballots. You remember mail-in ballots. It was marketed by both Republicans and Democrats in 2020 as a one-time deal because of the pandemic. But it hasn't turned into a one-time deal, has it? Mail-in ballots are floating around the country at never-seen-before numbers. And mail-in ballots, how did they become part of our voting system, in the fabric of our voting system, with no legislation, with no constitutional amendment? Mail-in ballots just sort of seeped into 200-year voting system. And my concern is I hear a lot of Republicans saying, well, we're going to try to secure mail-in ballots, make them more secure. Why are we going to accept that? Why are mail-in ballots even on the table? Remember, it was a one-time deal. Before that, it was called absentee vote. Remember? If you were in hospice, if you were elderly, if you were overseas military, overseas civilian worker, hospitalized, there was 25 different criteria that made you eligible to receive a ballot in the mail, and then you mailed it back, and they verified the signature and went from there. But now, absentee vote, it's a dinosaur. It's gone, right? No such thing, because now you can be 25 years old and a picture of health, and you can get a mail-in ballot. And I'm not saying everyone that does a mail-in ballot is a cheater. But since 2020, when the voter rolls were cleaned up, we now know that there were over 4 million fraudulent mail-in ballots in 2020. Some, no verification of signatures. Other, phony signatures. Others, the postmark had been tampered with. And there were hundreds of thousands that looked like the envelope had been opened and then resealed a second time with tape. And those are all counted as votes, but they were. And in this last election, there was also mail-in ballot fraud. Maricopa County, Arizona, Orange County, California. But you know why it didn't become such a big deal this time? Because it was like what President Trump said. Too big to rig. There was a rig. It just wasn't big enough to overcome the sizable lead that President Trump won by. But what happens in 2028 if the Democrats actually have a solid candidate? A candidate with credibility that can give the Republican nominee a run for his or her money? Then mail-in ballots are going to come back and they're going to bite us just like they did in 2020. And I don't understand, with no legislation passed, how the Republican media doesn't say to a senator or a congressman or a congresswoman or a mayor, how has this become part of our voting system with absolutely no legislation? I realize mail-in ballots are very convenient. But you know what? Between midterms and presidential elections, can't we give up convenience once every 2 years to know that our elections are fair and free and not fixed and rigged? And when President Trump said 2020 was rigged, he wasn't whistling Dixie. 4 million fraudulent mail-in ballot votes. He had it right. So now's the time we need to take care of mail-in ballots. We need to be putting pressure on our legislatures to say, hey, what's going on here? And I know some states have said, well, we just passed it in the state house. That's not good enough, because your little circle in the state house does not supersede federal voting laws or the Constitution. My work with the Election Integrity Committee is mostly grassroots voters, your nurse, your construction worker, your front desk agent. That's who I'm talking to, because I think in the long run, I think this mail-in ballot is going to be challenged. And I think the Supreme Court is going to end up doing what they did exactly with abortion. And that's to make it a state-by-state vote. And so the grassroots people that I deal with, those are the ones that are going to decide major issues as the country moves forward. So I urge the Republicans, don't wave the white flag and say we're going to find a Band-Aid for mail-in ballots. There's no law for mail-in ballots. And it was a one-time deal because of COVID. And there's 200 years of history of voting system. How are we going to change that just without anybody taking a vote on anything? It's just unbelievable. And the fact that no one speaks up about it is unbelievable. And I've been talking a lot about the media, but really our elected Republican officials, our Republican legislatures should be questioning it. Our senators, our Republican governors, we should all be questioning mail-in ballots. The Democrats love mail-in ballots because that's their magic bullet to pulling off close elections with fraudulent mail-in ballot votes. So I certainly hope that we'll get a better light and a better focus on mail-in ballots, because I've just been very surprised how it's bit us before and it's about to bite us again, how no one is talking about it. We've got to get through that mindset about the convenience, and let's get back to safe, secure, and elections that follow the Constitution. I really appreciate you very much listening to me today here at the second annual Republican Invitational. I love being around American patriots, and as you're watching me, I'm somewhere on the grounds, but I thought golf might get in the way of me addressing. So come up and say hello, and I'm so happy to be here and be with friends. Thank you very, very much for listening to me today. I'm John Goodman on the Florida Election Integrity Team from Hallandale Beach, Florida.
Hi there, folks. So I just want to let you know that we are experiencing some technical difficulties. And so at times you may see me come off of camera. Right now, my name is Debbie Ferris. I am going to be covering for Steve Stern for him to have lunch. And we're going to have a host of guests at this feed that, am I still on? Yeah. We're going to have a wholesome gitches, but I am going to bring some very interesting guests on. I have a plethora of questions. They have such a diverse background. And I think this is going to be a real treat for you to hear from these notables that are going to be coming on in the next hour. So stay tuned. Stay with me through these glitches. I have a motto, and that is, blessed are those who are flexible, for we shall not be bent out of shape. And so I am going to put that in practice right now. And I am just waiting for my teammate Raj to let me know when we're going to be able to get started. But would like to tee it up. Raj, are we anytime soon? Anytime ready or not yet? Am I live? 2 more minutes. I'm still live. I'm still live with the audience. Oh, okay. All right. So, taking advantage of the 2 minutes that I have, and you're maybe listening to me, you're maybe hearing me only speak, you don't see me on camera. I want to encourage everybody that's on this feed to, again, you're going to hear it multiple times. Local action makes national impact. And folks, we are all exuberant about the fact that President Trump and J.D. Vance and cabinet are now our elected representatives, but we cannot rest on those laurels. 2026 is coming before you can possibly imagine, and we're not going to have Trump on the ticket to carry the rest of the candidates. So now is the time for us to start getting involved. Now it's the time for us to find candidates to run at those local levels, at the city commission, at the mayoral, at the school board levels, because this gives people the experience to run a campaign And we have to, as Republicans, not only look for the next election and the next big ticket, we need to be looking down a 2, 4, 6, 12-year perspective and make those plans. And those plans start at the grassroots and at the local level, where we can start finding those candidates, run or support for the smaller races, give them that experience so that they can start occupying at state levels and then at federal level. This is how we bring people that share our values, our aspirations for the country, our aspirations for future generations into the process. So I want to encourage everybody to, get involved. If you have time, be a volunteer, learn the process. None of us in this movement ever thought we would be doing this, but it is what is going to be necessary to ensure the future, not only for our children, but for our grandchildren. So we learned through the hard knocks. It was a learning curve, but now we're in a much better prepared place. As you've seen with this feed, you've had people that have become experts in election integrity. You have people that have run for political office. I'm going to take advantage to talk about, since I have the forum here. Am I live? Am I still live? Yes? Okay. Because I feel I'm doing a monologue here. Dear Lord, I'm going to pitch the Salvo Electioneering, America First Electioneering Academy. And what it is a program that I'm putting together with other leaders so that we can start gaining some competency in terms of what is electioneering? What do we need to learn? All I knew at one point was what I saw on the West Wing and these TV shows. I had no idea what it was to run a political campaign. And folks, this is what is going to be needed so that we can support those candidates, know how we can get them elected. I really sometimes great when people say, you know what, I support you. Well, what does that mean? It means funding. It means time. It means talent. It means lending your resources to that candidate, not just say, I support you. That is really quite empty. So the America First Electioneering Academy is going to take you to fundamentals, so that we can all claw up that learning curve in a more rapid way and get it started. Raj, can you give me an update here? Yes. Okay. Am I doing good here?
You're doing great.
Let's talk. The other thing, I am about to bring on a guest, and I have so many questions after. If you watched on Friday night that live feed at the White House between President Trump, President Zelensky, I hesitate on calling him president, but let's just at least be respectful of the office, and Vice President J.D. Vance. And it was truly, as a mom looking at dad, older brother, and spoiled child, that's my opinion, on this exchange. And to the people of Ukraine, I just wonder what you think about your leader and what's the future for your country, because as we saw someone come and demand that America continue supporting this effort, this initiative that should have actually, in my humble opinion, never started to begin with. And now at our expense, at the expense of American citizens and American people, we were funding a war that leaves many questions. So I have as it seems to me, this support for the Ukraine initiative is going to move towards Europe. And I just wonder what that perspective is going to be. So I'm going to bring on a guest in a few minutes, as soon as we get through these technical glitches, that can answer those questions. But I wanted to prep you guys as to the questions that the direction that this first interview is going to take. So am I still, can people see me, Raj? Or
they can't see you.
They can't see me? Okay. Oh my goodness. This is quite the experience here. Hey folks, so I am getting ready to introduce Sam Sorbo. Sam is a prolific creative force here, and so I'm just going to leave you with Sam. Sam, welcome to the show.
That's it?
I think so. I guess we're on.
Okay, and I'm looking into this camera,
yes,
obviously. And well, hello, and thank you for that fabulous introduction. I'm a creative.
Of course,
I love
right?
that. So I am an education freedom fighter at this point. I used to be an advocate, and now we've actually begun the fight for the education of our children. And I talk about it in ways that you might not have heard before. So please forgive me if I say things that might be things that you haven't heard before. For instance, our culture hates children. We live in a culture today that absolutely abhors children. We abort them and we celebrate it. We send them to gender affirming clinics and call that healthcare. We rob them of their childhoods. We send them to school all day and then think nothing of giving them homework in the evenings and taking them to tutoring facilities when the schools fail, which they inevitably do because unfortunately it's baked into the system. And so to that end, I've become a home education advocate. It's also part of my faith. The Bible never says find a good school for your child. God is very clear in the Bible that we, the parents, are to teach our children. And what I've discovered in over 10 years of home educating my children is that that's truer than true. And it's a strange thing to say, truer than true. But there's a foundational truth to this that we don't understand on the surface. And the reason that we don't understand it on the surface is because we all went to school. And so we learned in school what education was according to the schoolmasters who have now enslaved us into sending our children back to them for the indoctrination that we are all seeing taking place. And so we labor under this misapprehension, frankly, that somehow we can save the schools, but unfortunately it's baked into the system. And the schools are intended to make every child the same. And so if your child is slightly divergent, and I mean, maybe dyslexic, maybe on the spectrum, but maybe artistic, maybe like a super artistic child, which I have, will not fit in their system. And that child will be taught, sadly, your gifts are not valuable. How can you make a living as an artist? Don't be ridiculous. Find something concrete that will earn you money. Because what is the number one goal of our schools? College prep and career readiness. And what is college prep and career readiness? Let's think about that. Well, college prep is convincing every parent to spend a lot of money sending their child to college, right? So that's kind of a Ponzi scheme. I'm sorry. But then career readiness. You send your child to college for a career, right? What's a career? Well, it's better than a job. How is it better than a job? Only one way. There's only one way a career is better than a job. And that's because you're after the almighty dollar. And so the value system that is in our schools is not God's value system. It's the value system of the schools, which is money. Money, 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 money. I can't say it enough. It's all about the money. And that's why parents, even parents who home educate their children, are overly concerned about, but what if my child can't get into college? I had a friend actually call me last week, and she said, so I've decided I'm going to homeschool my daughter. And I called the person at the school to tell her that. And she said, well, then your daughter can't get a diploma and she won't be able to get into college. And I said, well, that's nonsense. First of all, you as the parent become the issuing person of the diploma. You download a diploma online, you fill in your child's name, you sign it as the principal of your school. And this differs from state to state, so don't take my recommendation as a blanket recommendation. And I know we get calls from all over the world, or viewers from all over the world. So it's not entirely that. You have to check with your state. And I advocate that you go to HSLDA, which is Homeschool Legal Defense Association, which will give you all the information about your state in a very positive way towards your home education journey. But I said, basically, she's in Florida. You deliver the diploma for your daughter when she graduates according to your standards. And let's face it, the standards in the school. I mean, come on. Are we really thinking that somehow they have standards when they change their testing to suit the lower the lower attention span, the lower intelligence of their students, they revise the tests. You give those students the tests from 100 years ago, you will see across the board failure for, say, 8th grade. And there is floating out there, there's an 8th grade test from 100 years ago, 100 plus years ago. So according to your standards, you graduate your child, you give them a diploma, and then can they get into college? Do you know that you don't actually need a diploma to get into college? Yeah. So there are a number of rules that we sort of labor under because they're kind of baked into the system and you sort of imbibe them that aren't actually true. And so I think that my time is nearing, and I don't want to overuse my time in this wonderful outlet that's been offered to me. I will recommend for you my book, Parents' Guide to Homeschool. This will walk you through what education really ought to be and how the schools are missing it and how you can actually recapture it for you and your family and your children in the most, it's an amazing journey. When you enter into the home education realm, you are passing from black and white staticky images into Technicolor. That's what it is. And I wish it so fervently with my heart. I wish it for every family out there because nothing beats home education. A public school can't beat it. A private school can't beat it. Nothing beats home education. So I will say that. And then I will just tell you about 2 projects that my husband and I have coming up because my husband, probably should have said, is Kevin Sorbo, the film actor and director and producer and all of that. And by the way, amazing pundit on Twitter. If you don't follow him on Twitter, I don't know what rock you're living under. So if you go to our website, just go to the events page. We have 2 things that I want to tell you about. This is a trip to Greece, walking in the footsteps of Paul. That's coming up. It's closing out very quickly, but I was told this morning we have a couple of spots left. So act now. Just go to the website. And I don't know if you can see it if you point your phone at this, but you probably can do the QR code. And the other thing that we have coming up is right before that, actually, we're going to Norway with the Media Research Center. Which is Brent Bozell, and that's going to be an amazing event. So I'll just show you this. You can find all of that at sorbostudios.com. Do sign up for our newsletters, please. That's the way that we stay in touch with people because let's face it, Facebook is no friend to Kevin Sorbo. They took him down and buried the body, disposed of the evidence a couple of years ago to disenfranchise millions of people. Thank you very much. Because they're all about communicating. And do you know that he went back and he started a new page. And he had somebody who shared it and they were flagged by Facebook and they were told on Facebook, you may not share this information, which is literally like Facebook has one mandate, the sharing of information. And they were like, nope, you can't share this information. So there you go. That's where we are today, folks. But please check out sorbostudios.com. You'll find my books there. You'll find more books there, all my stuff on home education and all the films.
All right. Well, folks, Sam, thank you so much for stopping by on this impromptu, and I'll catch you outside.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, folks, as we wrap up our election integrity segment of this presentation, I am so excited to bring on the next guest. His name is John Lombardi. John has a storied past, and he's a good friend of President Trump. He lived at Trump Towers. He's an author. And he is going to give us some perspectives about what is happening in Europe. As I had mentioned before, with the debacle that we were able to observe live at the White House on Friday with President Trump playing the good dad, J.D. Vance playing the you need to say thank you, and President Zelensky walking away from what I, as an American, think it was a great possibility to start bringing peace to the Ukraine. John, welcome to our podcast. Thank you so much for hanging in there.
My pleasure. This is the virtue of the strong, as our president has demonstrated.
Yes.
So yeah.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, just quickly, and then let's just dive into the question that I have at hand. What in the world is going on in Europe?
Well, in Europe, it's total chaos, because just like here, you have a lot of leaders of so-called democratic countries like England and France that they pretend to be Democrats, but they're more like the Democrats over here. is really extreme left. And the conservative, they're mildly conservative. They are, labeled as extreme right, which is not really correct. But that's beyond the point. The most important point is just hours ago, I'm on what used to be Twitter, now X, and all of your listeners can go and look either Elon Musk or General Michael Flynn. And General Flynn, who I know personally for a long time.
Podcast about an hour ago.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I said hi. I know him for a long time.
Yes.
And Michael Flynn says, General Flynn calls Ukraine funding one giant money laundering operation. And that is true because even Zelensky himself said in front of the cameras, well, the United States said that they sent us 170 billion, but we only received 70. So there's 100 billion missing. What most people don't know is that Mrs. Zelensky was skiing in the Alps, just not so long ago, but he has a house in France. He has a house in Italy. He has, I don't know how many bank accounts in Cyprus. So we're going to investigate. And Elon Musk answered to that tweet of General Flynn. We will investigate where those millions were gone. The Pentagon, said just today, said the same thing. There are billions and billions of dollars that the Pentagon sent to the Ukraine, supposedly for arms. Where are they? Disappeared. They're gone. And a lot of people know that they have been sold in the black market. In fact, the president of Mexico, few weeks ago, complained that some of the cartels were found, having very latest weapons from the United States with the numbers. So thank God they have the numbers, and so they can see where do those weapons came from. So eventually we're going to dig into that, and it's going to be fun. But I think that some of those billions that also the European Union is sending to Ukraine is probably going back to finance some of these politicians, and eventually we'll find out that too.
Now, the question that I have for you, because clearly you have you have a pulse on what's going on the subject matter. The normal European, because now my understanding is if the U.S. is going to cease funding this operation, Europe has gladly signed up. You saw the English Prime Minister, President Macron. So they're going to step in terms of the funding. And what does this do to a system that is already on the it doesn't seem like Europe has a lot of
okay.
I don't know how to say this. I was trying to, but the entitlement situation there is even greater than the United States. I mean, these are socialist, quasi-socialist countries.
Some of them, yes, absolutely.
The citizens are relying on these entitlements.
And I can tell you that most people in Europe, they hate what's going on. They want the peace. They want this, killing to stop, just like President Trump. And he said it from the first moment. He said it actually way back in 2015. Stop the war, stop the killing, but it's not stopping because somebody's profiting from this. And you have, for example, in Italy, a very strong ally of not only the United States, but of President Trump. Giorgia Meloni was the prime minister. I was lucky enough to be at Mar-a-Lago when she came. I actually welcomed her.
I'll have to ask you about that later on camera.
And it was very fun. Marco Rubio, same thing. He understands what's going on in Europe. And as I said, some countries like Italy, Austria, hopefully Germany, definitely Hungary and President Orban, they understand what's really going on. And most of the citizens in those countries, they do want peace. They do want at least a ceasefire. Let's stop the killing. Let's start talking and let's go on. But obviously, there are people that have no interest in that.
John, I could take the rest of the hour talking to you, but we have some other guests. So
no problem.
Before
One last thing.
I wanted you to show your book. Talk to the audience about your book. I know that it was presented in Europe, and then you have maybe some other books. So just talk to the audience, and where can they find you?
This one is The Value Matrix. It's you can find it on Amazon. There's the Value Matrix 1, there's the Value Matrix 2.0, and now I'm coming up with a 3.0. It had some review also from President Trump. It's definitely a very good book. But I want to tell your audience, you can check among the many something called Onyx, something called Queen 1776, and you will find there the actual very careful recording of the last minutes of the, let's say, interaction between Zelensky and first Vance and then President Trump. And the microphone picked up what Zelensky said, whisper, but you can actually hear.
Oh, that's going to be
And he said, Saka, which in Russian and in Ukrainian means VITH, etc.
Oh,
so
wow.
They actually picked it up. And the translator that was right behind Trump, he actually told Trump. And that's when at one point you see Trump saying, okay, that's it, we're done. He is actually calling Vance to his face with the microphone of the whole world listening in. Nobody's covering, but thank God for X and thank God for Elon Musk. God bless you.
Free speech. John, thank you so much.
Thank you very
I will
much.
look for you later on. Thank you very much.
Okay.
This was very enjoyable. Thank you. So, folks, while we're waiting for our next guest coming on, I want to introduce you to her. She's about to get on her mic. I hope you can see. Actually, I have a bone in this fight. I just learned because Raven, who's going to be my next guest here, I'm her constituent. So, Raven Harrison, welcome here to the Steve Stern podcast. And you can look at that camera. I'll look at this one.
Hi, welcome. Thank you. It's good to be here. And yes, exciting.
So tell us, Raven, the last time I saw you was at the Broward Republican celebration.
Correct.
But I just learned that you are running tell us about
this. United States Congress in District 23. Yes, we were praying about it when the gala came up, and God revealed the answer. So we are jumping into the front lines for our country. So yes, my home district of District 23. And we've got work to do, Patriots, but it is a winnable. We are in President Trump's backyard, and we're going to bring it home for him.
So tell me, what do you think are the challenges? Well, first of all, who would you be running against?
I will be running against the incumbent Democrat, Jared Moskovich, who positions himself as a centrist, but has an absolutely atrocious voting record and hasn't been very strong in a stance for Israel. So we're going to be fixing that. We have to stand with our allies. We have to project the same strength, and we have to make President Trump's sacrifice worth it.
So tell me, this is not your first run?
No.
No?
No, we had to stick our feet in the swamp just to see what the water was like. It's awful, but we are back in it now. And so we are really excited. We announced a little while ago, but now we're in the raising money and awareness and getting people excited. They're going to have true representation in Congress. They're going to know what I'm doing. They're going to know where I am, and they're going to know what we're going to get it done.
So, Raven, what would you tell someone in the audience who is considering stepping up? I know as a former campaign manager that this is not an easy decision. And so I would like you to talk to the audience as to what do you feel are the negatives of running a political campaign and what to expect? And then why, despite knowing those negatives, you're willing to step into the fray?
Well, I would tell anyone who is thinking about doing it, if it's easy, anybody could do it, but God didn't say all things were easy. He said all things were possible if we believed in him, and that's where we're going with it. I am the only child of 2 retired Air Force lieutenant colonels. I am the wife of a retired C-17 pilot, and I am of Native American descent. There's some part of me that's always warring, but I tell people is the system is not designed to make it good for transparency, but it changes when we decide. When we decide that, you know what, the same politicians who made this problem are not going to be the ones who fix it. That's why they're so angry at Trump, is this was decades of corruptions, and he was able to come in and show us how badly we were being treated. And that's all it's going to take. So it takes money and it takes commitment. So I'm asking people, again, I'm not trying to tell you, recruit people to a certain, I'm asking you to vote for me if you believe that we, the people, were supposed to be the governing seat of power. That's the way the founding fathers envisioned it. This was not supposed to be a failed career plan for awful human beings, but these people have been there since before the internet. They've stolen trillions of our dollars, and we just need to clean it out. We don't even need to drain the swamp. We need to then get a sunlight and put direct sunlight and disinfect it. So that's what we're going to do. And I tell people, let's get excited about it, because my dad always says, people with nothing to hide, hide nothing. Ask me anything, but we're going to, I have no skeletons in the closet. It doesn't stop them from making it up and smearing you. But the truth is, it's the truth. Is this is our time, and I am warrior raised, military raised, and I'm a mother, I'm an author, I'm a speaker, and I'm doing this as a service. You know, this was supposed to be a civil service, not a career. So I'm term limiting myself, but we are going to get our government back on track. America is worth fighting for.
Well, thank you for those insights, Raven. I really appreciate it. Where can people, do you have a campaign site?
We do. And anybody, please reach out. We want to hear from you. Be part of our campaign. So we have these digital flyers, but it's Raven Harrison for Congress.com. You can find there Raven Harrison points to Raven Harrison for Congress. And the book that I wrote in the previous campaign, Raven's Mantle, talks about communism, the education and indoctrination of our kids, and more importantly, what we're going to do about it. We have a blueprint. So that's where people can find me. And I look forward to hearing from you and you, my constituent.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate this time with you. It's always exciting when a woman, you know, with your background decides to step up. We know it's not going to be an easy ride, but you've got children, and if it's not now, then when, right?
If we don't get it right, how can we expect them to?
Exactly.
So we're going to hand it back to them the way we're supposed to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Well, I am going to bring on a next guest here. This is like a buffet. You're going to get all kinds of backgrounds here. So that my next guest coming on, Betty, please, is she comes from Guatemala. And I am here to ask her some very interesting questions as it pertains to U.S.A. ID. So welcome, Betty. Can you put your microphone on?
Yes.
And as we were talking before we entered the space, I asked you, why Guatemala? And what would Guatemala have to do with the Republican Party of Florida?
Well, hi, Debbie. Thank you so much for making time to talk to me. Well, the reason why we are, several of us from Guatemala are so interested in what's happening in the U.S., it's because our destinies and our backgrounds are intertwined. Guatemala is the #1 supplier for the child trafficking heinous network. And Guatemala, which had already stopped being a drug-producing country, is now a scenario for drugs again and heavily transshipment area. So fentanyl, cocaine, everything you can think of that is illegal goes through my country. And
On its way to the United States.
On its way to the United States.
Mhm.
And we have a precedent that was imposed by USAID. I would like very much to see DOGE turning its spotlight into the State Department. There's a lot of money that has been used the wrong way. And I would not be surprised if a lot of money laundering emerges from taxpayers' dollars used by USAID, not only Guatemala, but everywhere. And what we've already seen that has been uncovered even within the U.S. borders. Mm-hmm. But in Guatemala, unfortunately, we have a precedent that was imposed by Samantha Powers and Todd Robinson via USAID.
And the Samantha Powers, just for the audience, who are they?
Samantha Powers used to be the head of USAID. And Todd Robinson, who was first ambassador to Guatemala, first deputy chief of mission of the embassy, then ambassador to Guatemala, without having the ambassador degree, by the way. And then he became head of no other than INL. So
what's INL?
INL, the narcotics division for the State Department. So he was overseeing the entire world. From what I hear, there's investigations that could lead to his network being beyond the American continent, meaning beyond the Western Hemisphere, mm-hmm. reaching Africa and Asia. Mm. And we're talking about the 3 pillars of illegal trafficking, which is children, organs, and illicit drugs. They're all together. It's the same people moving them. So Secretary Rubio came to Guatemala recently. It was astonishing that he, on the first days of being in office, decided to come to Central America, starting with Panama. Well, Panama was evident because of the canal. It made perfect sense. Then he went to Costa Rica, which has traditionally been an okay ally of the U.S. Then he went to El Salvador. I can understand that. Bukele has been fighting crime in his country.
Successfully,
So, yeah, successfully, yes. And also in those countries, the Chinese tentacles were coming in very strongly. So then he came to Guatemala. And it's I don't know if I should use the word sad, pathetic, or shocking that President Bernardo Arevalo said yes to everything that Secretary Rubio asked for. And as soon as Secretary Rubio left, turns out we're finding out that Arevalo sold land to the Chinese government in Guatemala next to the main port in the Pacific, that he's allowing the Chinese to bring in fentanyl components through our ports that are severely corrupt. And it's, to me, that is an insult. It's adding insult to injury, because the Trump bans agenda will be hurt if Guatemala is not playing correctly. But then again, there's 4 articles of impeachment pending against this criminal president and vice president, we call them the Biden and Kamala of Guatemala, because she's a self-proclaimed hardcore communist. And he's like Biden.
So, Betty, for the audience here that's listening to this, I'm sure there's a sense of frustration, because we as Americans, see what has been done with USAID in the name of the United States, actually, and seeing how this plays on a global scheme. What can be done? If you had if someone in the audience is listening and says, what would your ask be?
Well, in Guatemala, you see, we're a country that wants trade, not aid. And all we would need, frankly, all it would take is for the Embassy of the United States in Guatemala to turn MAGA, stop being a deep state embassy. And as soon as we get a MAGA ambassador that tells all Guatemalans to abide by the law, nobody's above the law, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and even the president has to abide by it, then maybe our judiciary would have the courage to process the 4 articles of impeachment, send it to Congress, and then our Congress would have the courage to do what it has to do. So we could give Guatemala an interim government, and then have elections, free elections, of course, without the electoral law that we inherited from Powers and Robinson and USAID.
So were they, when you say we inherited, were they actively
Actively promoting it, actively demanding it be approved, actively imposing it. And all the people that were in office, including our former Attorney General Tel Maldana, they're all hiding in Washington, you know. They came to Washington, and even though there's Interpol arrest warrants against them, I don't know why they're not being upheld by Interpol, because these people are criminals and they need to be deported back to Guatemala. And all the money, you know, they're
by buying from Broward
USAID.
Which in turn is coming from the American taxpayer.
Exactly.
At the end of the day.
Exactly.
So, you know, it's really quite astonishing as a United States citizen who really maybe 4 years ago was oblivious to all of this, to realize that we, the American citizen, is contributing to so many situations around the world where the own citizens of the country.
Republican Party of Broward County. If you win that tournament, you can win up to $250 worth of Republican.
See up on the follow.
All of you home, the viewers at home, will play.
Roadmap for the left to take over the Western world, all the Judeo-Christian countries. And among the several pillars that they took academia. That's why they indoctrinated our children in the top universities. And they took the media, because that's the way to indoctrinate the masses, and so on and so forth. And here we are, you know, well-crafted plan, executed.
Yes. Well, Betty, I want to thank you for coming on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much
for answering these questions. And it was a pleasure talking to you. And I hope, folks, that, you know, as we learn a little bit more about geopolitics, we see how important, again, it is for us to get involved at a local action, because this is what's going to help everybody around the world come to the better future that we all aspire.
Thank you.
And now, folks, I am just going to transition to the activities that are happening on the conference here on the golf tournament. So thank
you. Here to sing Unreserved Love is Mandy Champ.
Thank you, Richard. Good afternoon, beautiful people. Thank you for having me. Isn't it great we can be America great again? And we're united again. Hey. Maybe. Thank you. God bless you all. Trust God continue to bless America.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. I'd like to take a minute to recognize some of our current and former Broward Republican elected and party officials, as well as those that are currently running for office in the room here today. I see Raj Joseph, an event hall sponsor, and he's a candidate in Congressional District 20, which spans Broward and Palm Beach. Ms. Raven Harrison, she's a candidate in Congressional District 23. Nicole Pazos, running for commissioner in Sunrise. There's Nicole. Dan Scaricchio, candidate for senator in Maine. Dan, where's Dan? In the back. Mary Lopez Paula, State House District 102. Running for State House District 102. There she is. I see Carl Cascio, the Palm Beach Republican Executive Committee Chairman, with us here today. Miguel Castillo, a commissioner of the Central Broward Water Control District, right over there. Chris Vincent, former mayor of Monroe, my mayor, and current candidate for Florida State Representative in District 100, Chris Vincent, way in the back there. Anne Marie Kine, you might have seen her at the front desk. She is the Broward Republican Party secretary. There's Anne Marie. She's working still, probably. Oh, there she is. Back there. Olga Santa Maria, the former Broward Republican Party secretary, right up there. Nancy Cook, former Broward Republican Party secretary. I saw him. Nancy, there she is. Steve Stern, the vice chairman of the Broward Republican Party. You know, this event would not have been possible without Steve Stern. And finally, Chris Marino, our chairman, Broward Republican Party. Let's hear a round of applause for all our candidates and elected officials and former elected officials. And now, speaking about Steve Stern, he is a passionate conservative leader who's dedicated his life to upholding the principles of election integrity and civic responsibility. He has not only created a platform for expressing patriotic fervor, but he's also become a prominent voice in the conservative movement. Steve Stern is the owner of the flagship, a third-generation family-owned and operated business dedicated to patriotic apparel. And now, for the man without whom this day would not be possible, our amazing Vice Chairman of the Broward Republican Party, Mr. Steve Stern. Thank you very much. Sorry that some of our golfers are still golfing, that's why there's empty seats. I want to thank everybody for coming here, but we have some gifts to give out. Thank you. So we couldn't have been here, but for a friend of mine who I know for 55 years, maybe longer, Ricky Brother, who is a member of Trump International. In order to get into Trump International, you have to have a member. So I called him up. He immediately said, "You got it. We are here last year. We're here this year. Last year we had 385,000 on our Zoom. Today we've had close to 6 million already that are on Zoom. So you're here and I'm on the Zoom with over 6 million people. Could be more. So Ricky, I got a little gift for you. Come on up. You and I have been friends for a long time. I'm going to tell you a little story about Ricky and myself. I was in the Empire State Building. There was a blizzard. Ricky and I were the only two guys in the Empire State Building. Ricky and I did a lot of stuff together. He said to me, I'm going to show you something. He called up Kmart. He said, Mr. whoever the buyer was, I'm in the Empire State Building with my friend Steve Stern. We did an order. He got an order for 10,000 dozens. So he always bought me something which was always full. So a lot of people play golf today, have 55, 100 calls, but you're here. And that's how we got we're only allowed 200 people in this room. So Ricky, this is a Trump ring, which I have, and for his lovely wife, who couldn't make it today. Thank you very much, Ricky. You got it. During this event, it took me and two of my compatriots 6 weeks to do this. When you put on an event like this, everybody thinks it's easy. It is difficult. And I got to tell you, we made over 140,000 emails, probably about 16,000 texts, on numerous phone calls. And one day, the person I'm going to give it a little more to, and the other person, we spent 6 hours calling for people to do ads in our book. Now, this book, and I want to introduce Israel today. Israel. He put this book together himself. He and I spent hours and hours and hours to look at it because this book is sensational. People have advertised here. We want to thank them. And we have a nice gift certificate to his favorite restaurant, Aquilina. And if Olga will come up, she's the second one. She spent about 200 hours day and night putting this together. Now, what can happen? No, it does happen. Last year, during the golf event, we had people coming in that we had no knowledge of. So this year, Sunday, we've been calling all the golfers to make sure they come in. Olga and I work together day and night, so we got this event off the wall. Now, for some of the people that have helped me all the way, by the way, we did 3 hours on TV prior to this. I was here at 7 o'clock this morning. We did 3 hours on TV with our election security people. And Greg Stenstrom, where are you? Greg flew in from Pennsylvania. You're out someplace. He is a tremendous election security person. Linda Szynkowicz, where are you? Linda flew in from Connecticut. These people have done tremendous work. We do it every 2 weeks. And on the last election, we were notified by Susan Wiles, by Wayne Root, by numerous people, General Flynn, thanking us for what we did on the last election. Just to let you know, every event that I have, we try to do it for Tina Peters. Hopefully everybody knows who Tina Peters is. She is in prison for doing election integrity, they're doing something in Colorado. 2 weeks ago, Mike Liddell was here last year, went to President Trump. While he was sitting there, he mentioned he introduced President Trump to his four attorneys and said, get her out of jail. So I think that's one of the most important things that happened. Also, Mike Liddell spent an hour with President Trump talking about election integrity and trying to get some of these things done to save our elections in the future, paper ballots, no machines, on and on and on. So we have a couple of gifts here. I don't want to take up too much time because Steve Bannon is coming in at 2 o'clock on the video. So we want to thank Wayne Player. Wayne, where are you? He donated a couple items signed. We appreciate it. He's one of the golfers today. Marino Lopez Palma helped us with this event. She was here with me at Trump International a couple of weeks ago. Moses Garson, where are you? Moses donated our little swag bags here. He's actually out of Haiti, and it's his trucking company. Rogue Roseman donated the balls, and Barry and Huntington donated the porta potty. So we appreciate that too. You can't have these events. When you start, you have to have a person that takes a table or immediately starts it off to get the ball rolling. So Marsha Zimber has been a big help to us. I wanted to come up here. We have a necklace and a Trump ring that I'm wearing for a husband who couldn't make it today. We want to thank her. She bought 2 tables last time, and I went to the table this time, and she's always the first person that helps us to do that. Thank you very much. So you need people to help, and very important. Unfortunately, we have Maureen Bannon here, Steve Bannon's daughter. She's still playing golf. She'll be out here later, and we'll give her a gift. And a few of the other golfers are playing golf, so I don't want to tie it up anymore. But I want to appreciate everybody for coming. This has been a great event. I'm a little tired, so tomorrow I'm taking off. People ask me, where do I get all this energy? And it's because my wife's a good cook. I always say that. If I don't, I'm in trouble. So anyway, thank you very much for coming, and action, action, action.
Okay. Can you look at that camera? I'll look at this one.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Let me know when I'm up. Okay, folks, so we're back for a little interlude. At 2 o'clock, we're going to have Steve Bannon come on, but it is my pleasure right now to introduce future current candidate Rodney Joseph.
Yes.
And I want, one of the questions that I had prepared for you is this your first time running?
No, it's not my first time running.
No?
I run as a U.S. Senate under the Democratic Party.
Under the Democratic Party.
After the party agenda has alienated me, and I left the party, I endorsed Senator Scott, I endorsed President Trump, and then after that, I switched my party.
So when was it that you made this decision to change from your party affiliation?
It's been a fight for the last 2 years. I've been fighting with the party because their agendas, they always forget about LGBTs, they forget about the community, they forget about the economy. And I've been fighting for them, but it's so hard when their agenda not aligned with your belief. So I have to make that decision to go with my belief because I never about the LGBTs, views about abortion, about all those nonsense. So that's when I decided to make a decision and switch parties, endorsing 100% President Trump, endorsing Senator Scott.
So you changed parties what year?
Last year.
Last year?
And campaigning for President Trump, I have turned Miami in 32 years. I have turned Miami red.
Oh, okay. You did some campaigning for?
Yeah, I do a lot of campaigning for both President Trump and Senator Scott.
tell me, how was this experience from you, being, I imagine, a lifelong Democrat? How was that received within your family circle, within your friend circle?
This is the discussion we have to have. I lost friends.
Yes.
I lost a lot of friends. That's because of President Trump. Endorsement, they told me, why you endorsing, why you Republicans? But the more we discuss, the more they respond to it. Because before I switched, that was about 3,500 registered Republicans in North Miami. I switch, I make a press conference, and I speak to the people. We have about 17,000 strong today. So the message is there, and we have to go to the people. We haven't been going to the people far enough. That's the reason there's a misconfusion about the parties. But I'm pretty sure the more people like me see, they will, not what the media is selling you, the truth of the Republican parties, I think more people will come follow through.
Because I would imagine that your values are and the values of the Haitian community align more with the conservative values, right?
We are Democrats by default. We come in, our parents, for some reason, they can explain it. They all Democrats. And then we grow up in a household where we're Democrats. But when we see what they stand for, their agendas, we're in conflict with ourselves. But we have something like people will like loyalty to parties. But for next election, we just that and we stay blue-red. But the more people like me, like this year alone, we see about 5 elected officials from the Democratic Party left because the party been so radicalized, far wide. And we don't know what to do with that party. Just seem like one Norwegian said, I did not left the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. And this is everybody agree with me all the way to the chin down.
So for the audience that's listening to you, what would you say needs to be done so that we can reach those Democrats that feel disenfranchised by the values that the party has right now? What needs to be operationally done?
We need to reach out, go to the churches, because the churches are conservatives, but they all lean Democrats. The propaganda the damage been done. But we need to reach out to those neighborhoods. We need to reach out to the community, the Caribbean community. As all immigrants, we all one community. Don't differentiate between Indian, Chinese, Haitian, Jamaican, or Hispanic. Just see one block community. The Republican Party need to do more for us to go to the community, to go into the community. So that's the important things. Because when I spent 2 decades in the military, there's no colors. I don't have nationality.
Of course.
Everybody's Americans.
Yes.
We're defending the economy, we're defending the Constitution, we're defending the rights of white or black. But once we come outside, the media divide us. I got my friend I deployed with, they told me this guy is Republican, I'm Democrat. But in the military, we are Americans. And like I said, I grew up here. I didn't come here to become a Haitian. I come here to become American. And I'm going to live every second, every bit of it. I'm going to protect this land. I'm going to protect this policy. I'm going to support this president. I'm going to support Congress. I'm going to support the Senate to protect our way of life and also to protect all the Americans. And a lot of people get mad because with the way the Republican Party, unless you go to sit down to do your research, there's still going to be that divide, the confusion from the media. But I'm coming here to grab the bridge between the misconstrued of the Republican Party and also the true fair thing.
Well, because, within the Republican Party, traditionally, we stood, I've been a Republican for all my life, but it was definitely a different party. Within the Republican Party itself, there is a populist movement, which is the MAGA movement, and then you have what I call the legacy Republicans.
Yes.
And that's a bridge that we're also having to deal with, right? So
the point is we have to have communications. Communication is the cornerstone on everything we construct. Everything we build, you have to, even if we build a big castle, it starts with the communication. And
your suggestion in terms of communication is to start at the churches.
The churches are the foundation. 65% of our voters are from the church.
Well, it is very surprising. And I learned this in the last general election because I was a field director for Vote No on 4. And what we found is that a lot of churches are not politically involved.
Not majority of the churches.
Exactly. I didn't want to say.
They are not political because
And about 40% of Christians do not vote, which is shocking.
Whenever they say they're not voting, what they realize somebody else is voting.
Exactly.
And then somebody has got an agenda for you.
Yes.
That's the reason I call upon all my people, immigrants, get engaged, because this country don't stay by itself to be great.
No.
We all contribute to be good. I serve in the military. My kids serve in the military. You doing this, your family come here. We come here to keep this country great.
Exactly.
And we don't want it to be. And the next election, don't get relaxed. We still got a work to do. We don't want to lose the House.
So let me ask you something that I think is going to be a challenge for because you would be up for election in 2026, yes. Right? But at that point, Trump is no longer on the ticket. That was a big draw.
Yes.
That drew a lot of independents out. So in your race, how do you plan to address that challenge?
I'm reaching out to everybody. I'm reaching out to Americans. I have about 27% veteran in my district. We have.
Hold 1 second. Can someone close that door, please? Can someone close the door?
So about 21% of veteran in my district. Independents about almost 30% of veteran of independents. I'm reaching out to every American because if you look at my district, especially, people think it's a blue district, it's a purple district, it's a confused district. We need to go out. They're not Democrats because majority of the voters of District 20 are independents.
Yeah.
But we got the fantasy. We let my opponent goes to 2 different elections without challenges. I want to turn Broward red.
Yes.
And I want to do it for you and with you. I cannot do it by myself. And brown red mean the economy boosting and lower bills in the house and the small businesses empowerment, because this is what President Trump is preaching.
Yes.
If we don't have somebody to carry the goal and the dream of the president, we'll be having the next 4 years, wasting our time, battle in Congress and the Senate, and we never achieve anything. I'm here to support and enforcing everything President Trump put on the table, 100%, because the commander-in-chief as a soldier, that's our leader. Mm-hmm. And that I don't care your party's affiliation, is a commander-in-chief. We're going to follow him, support him, for him to succeed, because if President Trump fails, America's failing. That's what people don't realize.
Yes.
I'm here to support President Trump, Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Scott, everybody that's on the Republican side. We need to get in this support and to make sure we succeed.
Okay, well, we have 2 minutes, so I'm gonna end this with another opportunity for you to reach out to now your constituents. Can you tell us where you're running and what areas?
Yes, District 20 stretches from Fort Lauderdale, Lauderdale, North Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, Dania Beach, Vera Beach, southeast of Palm Beach Airport, and little part of Delaware. So if you live in any of those areas, I want you to come support, vote me, no matter what your party affiliation is, no matter what I am the choice for you. All my veterans, I'm calling upon you right now. Come up, lace your boots, come follow. Let's come start this movement. We need to turn Broward red, and red for the good reason. We don't need it for pocketing money. We need to read it for you. You got the small business, churches, pastors, start engage the community. We need you. We cannot do it without you. Let's go ahead to support the president. Whatever he's doing, we don't want him to fail, because president's success starts here.
Rod, and how can they find you?
You can go to Rod for Congress, and you can go 754-303-2625. And you go to Rod Joseph for Congress. You can donate, you can volunteer, because I need you to make Broward red again.
Folks, don't just say, Rod, I support you. Rod needs your time, he needs your talent, and he needs your treasure. Because even if you are not in his district, let's support a Republican in Broward. Broward is the bluest county in Florida, and we need to be making these changes. So again, Rod, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe just let people know that Steve Bannon's coming.
Thank you, David.
Okay.
Keep talking till I talk. What if I summarize the day?
All right. Okay.
You're probably gonna call in at 2 o'clock.
So folks, again, thank you so much for hanging on with us. This has been a very momentous day. We have so much going on. As you've seen, we've had a lot of election integrity candidates, a plethora of subject matters, but now we're just waiting for Steve Banner to come on. He is going to be joining us. His daughter Maureen is here at the golf tournament playing. And I was looking forward to interviewing her, but she's not on yet. But we're waiting for Steve to come on. And as a summary of the day, we had two events actually going on. One was a golf tournament to raise money for the Broward Republican Executive Committee, BREC. This money is well used because Broward, if you're not aware, is one of the largest blue counties in Florida. Florida, we have about five large counties, but the three major ones are in South Florida: Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. If you're not from Florida, Miami-Dade turned red. We just had a guest on here, Raj Joseph, which was a big contributor in turning out the red vote for President Trump. Broward also came out red. And that is largely to the tireless work of Chris Marino and the Broward Republican Executive Committee. And then we've got Palm Beach. Palm Beach is a challenge. So your participation is extremely important in your participation is extremely important in turning these counties and making sure that these counties are red, because the work that we do here in South Florida really affects the whole entire state. And I know we have viewers that I've been asked to cover here because Steve Bannon is about to come on. Where are we guys on that? Yes? Okay. So hang in there because Steve is about to come on. And as I was saying, it is the participation of you, the citizen, you, the voter, you, the person that's watching this live stream is so incredibly important, because we have so many ways that you can be helpful. You can join your executive GOP parties. We've talked about the precinct strategy. What does that mean? That means that you become the captain of your neighborhood. I don't know if it happens to you, but many times when it is time for the elections, my friends come to me and say, Deb, who do we vote for? Well, that is what a precinct captain does. A precinct captain makes those relationships with the voters that are in their neighborhood. You can door knock, you can find those Republicans that share your values and become the resource for the elections, especially the primaries. That's when we get to elect, choose Republicans to represent us. And then, of course, the general elections. So that's the precinct strategy. Sign up. How do you do this? You sign up to your local Republican Party and say you want to be a precinct captain. And then we can give you the information, the list of where to find Republicans, knock on the doors, introduce yourself, say that you are a resource, and carry on. So we talked about the precinct strategy. We talked about election integrity. We've also talked about just what is going on in the state here in Florida. I am really excited to let you know that we have two bills that now has sponsorship both on the House and the Senate side. And the first bill is very near to my near and dear to my heart, because it is requesting citizenship verification. Now, most of you, of course, would imagine that only U.S. citizens are voting in Florida, but are we good? No, still on? Okay, I'm going to keep on talking about our bills. So, citizenship verification. All right.
All right, everybody.
Oh, my goodness. Talk about.
I need someone dying from the computer.
Hi, can you hear me? It's Steve Bannon. Hello, guys.
here with us today. So please, everybody, let me have a mention for Mr. Kevin Sorbo, hopefully himself.
Now we got it. Now we got it. So, how's your golf game today? All right. I played, okay, not great. My team is from Boston. I said they're conservatives in Boston. That's amazing. I should talk. I'm from Minnesota. And we turned into as bad as California with our politics. It's unbelievable. So anyway, for those who don't, I'm going to quickly intro. I'm an actor, director, producer, author. I did star. I was the lead role in Hercules, the most watched show. I got 76 countries. I was bigger, I was stronger, I was younger. So, you know, I'm a mere mortal now. But then I did a show called Andromeda after that. I've shot up in 90 movies. I do have 40 movies coming up this year, 3 documentaries, so I'm still working, staying very good. I should wear t-shirts that say Hollywood loves me. And by the way, this is my pride flag right here. That's my pride flag. Explain to me how the hell pride gets a flag. Pride month, really? Okay. Have you seen their parades and what they do? I'm sorry. Give them a day. I'm fine. Give them a day. But Pride month is ridiculous. Mothers get 1 day. Fathers get 1 day. Our vets get 1 day. 1 day for our vets. Amazing things. Satisfied the lives the state in this country still has today. By the way, everybody vets you right now. That's please stand up. You recognize every veterans that are at God bless you guys. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Thank you. I say again, my kid brother, Lieutenant Colonel Scott Sorbo, 22 years in the Army. He's my hero, just like you guys. So I'm sure there are people that wonder how they live a guy like me coming from Minnesota. But somebody that lived in Hollywood for 50 years actually be conservative. Well, the first step that I could vote was 1980 in the state of Minnesota. I voted for Ronald Reagan. My parents were beside themselves. They said, how can you not vote for Jimmy Carter again? I said, well, I'm maybe young, right? Jimmy Carter, probably the worst president this country's ever had. And I was right. So Biden came along and Obama came.
Can you do both?
But he's in the top. I don't care. So I kind of grew up that way, almost completely conservative. I didn't feel like an outcast. You guys remember, as a conservative, even among Democrats back in the 80s and 90s, you could still talk about it without being attacked. Oh, they want to talk, let them talk. It's very important over there. But I just know that as a conservative in Hollywood, I had no problems whatsoever until about 15 years ago. And it actually started earlier than that, in 2008. I was at the Emmys. And after the Emmys, you go to the governor's ball. And Tom Selleck came up to me and put his arm around me. And he said, you got to tone it down on the internet. And I said, well, what are you talking about? He said, well, your name is coming up more and more in Hollywood for being a guy that's conservative. And I said, well, I've always been conservative. Yeah, but things are starting to change here in Hollywood. And I thought it was kind of funny. And Barbara Walters, who's about this tall, was standing in front of me. And it took everything I could possibly do not to say something to her. But I found it kind of interesting that she was, I know she was an earshot of it, but I found it interesting about 10 years ago, my manager and agent called me into their office. Now, my manager and agent are never together in the same room. One lives in Beverly Hills, the other one's in Studio City. So they got the little mountain between them, they never want to meet. They called me in and they were together. And I said, what is this, an intervention? And they said, well, can't work with you. So what are you talking about? Well, studios don't want to work with you because of everything you're posting on the internet. And I said, oh, you mean the truth? God forbid you post the truth on the internet. So I laughed at it. I went home to my wife and I said, well, we're out of Hollywood, so let's start doing our own stuff. So we formed Sorbo Studios. I highly recommend going to sorbostudios.com. We do movies Hollywood used to do. We do movies that have love, hope, faith, redemption. Things that Hollywood used to do, but it's the crap out they're putting out now. And thank you for making Disney lose almost $2.5 billion in the last 2 years. They want to say, keep making that woke crap. My only problem is, and I want to reach out to Musk to this. I swear to God, Disney is still doing it. So I got a feeling that's another place to look to see if Hollywood is funding under the table to keep that message going, to keep it out there, because they're not seem to change. I can't get through 10 minutes in a Netflix movie and go, here we go again. And I got to turn it off. It's absolutely insane what they've been doing. So we formed SorboStudios.com to do our own movies. We've been very fortunate. Every time that we have funded a movie, it's always been like a God thing. Every single time. I'm telling you one little story. My wife wrote a wonderful script. Sam is here to speak after me. She wrote a script called Let There Be Light. Read the script. It was a great script. We had a buddy of ours come in, Dan Gordon. He's an Oscar-nominated writer. He did a rewrite on it. He wrote The Hurricane for Denzel Washington, White Up, Kevin Costner. Great writer. He came in and did a little rewrite on it. I'm sitting in my office at my home. I get a phone call. Phone rings. Pick it up. Hello, Sorbo, it's Hannity. And I wasn't surprised Sean Hannity had my phone number. I've done his show many times. He said, I love Soul Surfer that you did. I love God's Not Dead that you did. You have something like that. And I said, actually, I do. He says, well, fly to New York and pitch it to me. This is when I was still living in the crazy state of California. By the way, I escaped California 6.5 years ago. We live here in the free state of Florida. This is where we live. We love it here. It's been the best movie we've made. So we go to Hannity's office. I said, can I just pitch it over the phone right now? My wife's in her office downstairs. He goes, get on a plane. He hangs up. It's Hannity. He's got no patience. So we fly to New York, and 4 miracles happened in Hannity's office. We were in his radio office. Here's the first miracle. We told him everything about this movie, Let There Be Light, from top to bottom for 30 minutes. And the miracle is Hannity did not interrupt us one time. That's a miracle. 2, he writes a check right there and then. Miracle number 2. Number 3, he says, I know nothing about your business. Don't bug me about the movie. Don't send pictures. Don't give me updates. When the movie's ready to go to movie theaters, then then bring it to me. I said, Sean, you're my most favorite executive producer ever because he left us the hell alone. The movie's done. Okay, it's a year later. The movie's done. I call him up. The movie's done. We want to show it to everybody at Fox. He says, no. Screw them. I want to see it myself. So I sent it to him. 4 days later, he calls us up. And he says, are you recording this phone call? I said, I'm not Nixon. I don't record any phone calls. He says, don't tell anybody this. I tell everybody this. He says, your movie made me cry. And I said, Sean, that means you've got a soul. People need to know this. It's amazing. They stood behind this movie, stuck with it, which is great. So every time, it's like I mentioned, every time we're lucky enough to do any kind of movies we do, it's always been a God thing because we're doing movies that are in the $3 to $4 million range. Let me tell you, that's catering budget in Pirates of the Caribbean. Those are $300 million movies we're fighting against. And the only way we can get movies out there is through word of mouth. I don't know, did anybody see one of the most famous movies I did, independent movie, called God's Not Dead. Anybody see the movie God's Not Dead? That $2 million movie made $140 million. It's a pretty good return. So that, to me, I knew I was on the right road to do the things that I'm doing, the movies that I'm doing. I'm going to keep on doing it. And that's sort of the road that we went on the whole time. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to thank you here in supporting the GOP in Florida. And if I just used the wrong pronouns, I don't care, okay? I don't care. So Hollywood gave me the boot. They hate me more and more. I got taken down during the COVID years. I had over 4 million followers on Facebook. They took me down for posting the truth about COVID. I got doctor friends who, under the table, they couldn't say anything because they'll get fired. I said, masks are useless, right? And they said, masks are useless. I posted that. They said 6 feet of separation is ridiculous, right? It doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. I posted that. And I think the thing that took me down from Facebook was Zuckerberg and his minions. I said, if you want to get rid of COVID, tell the Clintons that COVID's got something on them. It'll be the first virus to mysteriously commit suicide. I guarantee it. That got me taken down. X kept shadow banning me. Finally took me down as far as you can go. And then thank God Elon Musk came in and bought X. So I'm back up to about 2.5 million followers. Please follow me on Twitter. I'm very sarcastic, but I speak a lot of truth. So go to K-Sorbs. It's K-Sorbs, S-O-R-B-S, and follow me there. But I tell you, we're going to keep on doing the movies that we're doing. We're keeping fighting the way we're fighting. I love it. What's going on here? I got to tell you, I met the president 20 years ago. President Trump, he and I golfed together for 3 days in Lake Tahoe at the American Century Golf Tournament. And my threesome was myself, Donald Trump, and Jesse Ventura. That was 3 days of very interesting times. And I said to him one day at lunch, I said, this is back in 2005 when he was doing The Apprentice. And I said, we need a businessman to run America, not a politician. Not knowing 10 years later, he was going to throw his hat in the ring. So during the 2020 election, he retweeted me 10 times on Twitter before it was X. And Sam and I got invited by Monica Crowley to our first time ever to Mar-a-Lago. So we're at Mar-a-Lago. It was the second time he'd been acquitted for that ridiculous Russian collusion BS, right? He walks in, 500, the place is packed at Mar-a-Lago. He walking by us, he sees me, he goes, Kev, love your tweets. So his assistant walks up half hour later and said, President would love to golf with you. Can I have your number? And I said, well, sure, of course. So it was a few weeks later, I get a call. It was a Saturday night. I get a call, please be at Trump International at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to go golf with the president. So I walk into the bedroom. My wife's reading a book. That next day happened to be Mother's Day. I said, Sam, my Mother's Day gift to you is me golfing with the president. She didn't have a problem with that. So if anybody's in here has been lucky enough to golf with him, it's amazing what happens. And you guys, once a golfer, you know the drill. He'll have 6 Secret Service guys with him. Each have their own golf cart. 2 go ahead, 2 stay with, 2 stay behind. It's a 2 ahead that caught on the par 4 on the front 9, caught those guys, that gun coming through, right? That's the hole where that happened. So they're also there not only making sure it's safe, but to make sure that people coming through, the president's coming through, and members know they got to move over. Because he'll do 2.5 hours for 18 holes, which I love. My course, I don't join any course. Let me go first. I'm an hour and a half for 18 holes. So today at 4 hours was really, I was cutting my wrist, man. It was slow for me. But this is what he does, and people don't realize it. He'll drive up to those people, get out of his cart, shake all their hands, thank them for being there, and says, look, we'll be out of your way in a heartbeat. I hope to see you inside for lunch. Do you think any other president would do that? So I'm going to give you a thing. I played in Ken Duke's tournament. Those who guys know golf, Ken's a PGA pro. He's in the Champions Tour now. He has a tournament every year up at the Floridian. Anybody play the Floridian up in Stewart? Oh my God, that course amazing or what? Great course. So I'm going there, and I'm not a big party guy. So like 10:30 at the parents' party, I'm heading back to they had us all these amazing little huts to stay in. I'm walking by, there's all these Secret Service guys out. They see me. They're, oh my God. So I grew up watching Hercules, man. I'm a big fan. I said, well, who's here? They said, oh, 44 is here. I said, Obama's here? All the lights were on, the windows were open. It was a hot night. And I yelled out, 2020 as loud as they could. So the next day at 7 in the morning, I go into the gym because the shotgun wasn't until like 11 o'clock. He's in there. He's in there with 3 of the guys that I'd met from the Secret Service. I figured they're not going to let us in because he's former presidents and you can't be in the room. He let us. Other people came in, people working out. Halfway into my workout, one of the guys walks up and he says, the president would love to meet you. I'm thinking to myself, he's obviously not reading my Twitter account. But I said, sure, I'll meet him. So I walked up, shook his hand. First time I didn't have my phone with me. I usually do, but I forgot my headphones to listen to music. So otherwise I would have done a picture. I'll tell you why later. So shook his hand. I said, turned to me. He goes, no, I'm playing Michael Jordan's course up north. I said, I know Michael. Say hi to him for me. I played with him a few times. So I said, so what's your handicap? He goes, well, I'm golfing now, more than I'm not president. I said, dude, you golf more than any other president when you're president. And I don't blame you. I golf every day too. Trust me, I can get work done on the course. So I said, so tell me your handicap and don't lie. He looks at me and he says, I never lie. And I put my hand on his shoulder. I said, Mr. President, you're a politician. That's pretty much what you guys do. Sorry, I know there's politicians, but that's the old joke. Where's the words where politics come from? Poly comes from Greece, means many, and ticks are blood-sucking parasites. So there you go. Sorry, politicians. True story. True story. But anyway, if anybody comes to our house, we have when I said I wish I had a picture with Obama because we have a wall of political fame of people my wife and I have met through the years. And when they see anybody that from Mitt Romney, what a great thing here turned out to be, right? And from Trump, of course, and from both Bushes, another really good thing for our party. And Gorbachev. My wife and I have had 2 meetings with Gorbachev. So to meet him was kind of cool. We met him in New Zealand while swimming Hercules, and we met him in Las Vegas through Bob Miller, who was a 10-year governor, a liberal governor, but a dear friend of mine, a good guy. He gets it. He's a little more common sense. So growing up in Minnesota, I got to tell you, if you look back at my parents were Walter Mondale, Hubert Humphrey Democrats. But I always tell my liberal friends, I said, why don't you look at the 1960 inauguration speech of President Kennedy and tell me if there's one Democrat who talks that way today. Kennedy would be a Republican, easily. It's unbelievable the way everything has shifted to further and further. We have good friends with Johnny Voight and Dennis Miller. They've all said, the party left us, we didn't leave the party. And there's a lot of truth to that. And that's the battle we have here now. I love the turnaround in this state. They gave you the numbers here earlier, because I think when I first moved here, it was like 300,000 more Democrats registered or something. And now there's what, 400, 500,000 more Republicans. It's huge. And that's from the hard work that these guys are doing in here to keep this state free. And everybody wants to move here. Between Tennessee and Texas and here, you know, like 1,000 people a day moving in. And I love what Texans are doing, because I've seen the billboards telling California, please don't California our Texas. And we need to do that same thing here, because trust me, it happened in Colorado. We know that. It happened in Nevada. It happened in Arizona. But of course, they didn't trust it. We know who should be the real governor in Arizona right now. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Yes, Kerry's great. So Sam and I were at Mar-a-Lago about 3 or 4 weeks ago. They had a documentary, and the president was sitting right in front of me, and I whispered, I know you got 8 billion things going on, but get rid of mail-in voting. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's nothing racist about showing an ID. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Everybody's got an ID. Because I don't see anybody of any ethnicity group just walks through the airports not showing an ID. It's as simple as that. But we need to fight back and make sure that we stop that, because we know, I know we have voter fraud in places around here as well. And it goes on all the time. Look, my buddies back in Minnesota, everybody I know is conservative back there. So what's going on? I don't know. All I know is the Democrat Party has dug themselves in such a huge hole that it's laughable. I mean, there's a reason Obama picked Biden. There's a reason Biden picked Kamala. And there's a reason Kamala picked Tim Walz. They wanted somebody dumber every level below them just to make themselves look good. It's incredible what's happening right now. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night. I hope you are too. President's going to be doing speaking in front of Congress. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got to say. We did say hi to him very quickly at Mar-a-Lago yesterday at an event we were at. And we just got to keep fighting the fight, people, because it's absolutely ridiculous what's happened to this country. But right now, we are taking the country back. And every liberal I know after this election, they complained back in 2016. This time they look at me, because behind closed doors, they go, yeah, I mean, she was pretty useless, Kamala Harris. They knew he was the better choice. And I said, you guys will never admit it in public, but President Biden is still going to care about, President Trump is still going to care about you, and he's going to make your lives better, whether you like it or not. And they will. So God bless you guys. Keep fighting the fight. We're not going to give up this place. And I love what's going on in this party room right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sorbo. Let's, one more thing.
I forgot something. Listen, last year, my wife and I went on a conservative cruise with the MRC, Media Research Team, with a center with Brent Bozell, if you know Brent Bozell. It's an amazing cruise. This year, we're taking a cruise, and we're joining them again, and we're going through Norway. And we have some things at the table here. If you're really interested, coming up, it's going to be there. My wife and I was speaking there. We got Joe Concha's going to be there. Lieutenant Colonel Alan West is going to be there. Cal Thomas, Larry O'Connor, Tim Graham, Dan Schneider. More people will be added on. It was amazing. We went to the Bahamas and Dominican, all that stuff. This year, we're going to go through Norway out of Amsterdam. So if you'd like to come, please join us. It is an amazing, amazing time on this ship to be with all of these conservatives in one place and still having places to have good times every time we go to port to go see something. And my wife and I usually host a trip through Israel every year. We take a big group of people through Israel. This year, however, people are still freaked out. Last year about the war, they're still a little nervous, even though I've got plenty of good friends in Israel say it's safe to come back now. But instead of walking the footsteps of Jesus, we're doing a 12-day trip in Greece, walking with the footsteps with. And I think you guys will love this. Last 2 days, where else are we to go? We're going to Mount Olympus because hell, you got Hercules with you. And then we're going to go to the site what inspired the movie 300, where the 300 Spartans took on the fight of 10,000 bad guys. It was a true story. So I hope you guys will join us. We got information up here at the table right here if you want to join us.
Thank you. That sounds like an awesome trip. Here to give out the golf awards is Mr. Paul Johnson. David Johnson, I'm sorry. That's what happens when I do not go off script here. Mr. David Johnson.
Thank you, sir. And I know we have a lot of others that have joined us today. We had about 68 golfers that enjoyed our beautiful golf course this morning. So we'd like to thank them all for participating. They had a beautiful day for it. And it's our pleasure to host you here at Trump International now for a second year in a row. So without any further ado, I'm going to award first, second, and third place net and also first place low gross for the tournament. So beginning with third place net team, they started on hole 2 and they had a 49 net. It was Brian Waltman, Bill Tolia, Peter Mercantilli, and Greg Marsh. If you guys are still here, come on up and accept your award. They've got some great awards here. Brian, Bill, Peter, and Greg. Here we are. Come on over. We've got a little bit more to the award. Come on up. Don't be shy. Sure. Yeah.
So they won 4 $75 gift certificates for golf here at Trump International Golf Club. And Republican Red Wines has donated a fine domestic wine to each player. And each player also gets a set of 4 engraved commemorative glasses with the Broward GOP logo. 4 glasses with the Broward GOP logo. All right.
These golfers are being very well taken care of with some great awards here. And moving on to the second place low net, there was a tiebreaker with a score of 48. So after the scorecard tiebreaker, the team that started on hole 1B of Guy Shashadi, Javon Shashadi, Roger Tricka, Brett Schroy, you took second place low net. Come on up.
They received $150 each, 4 gift certificates for $150 each, including the Republican Red Wines, as well as the Broward GOP glasses.
And moving on to our first place low net team, they won the scorecard tiebreaker and they started on hole 3. David Greer, Andrew Graves, Mike Fee, and Matt Sherry. Our low net team, come on up.
All right, the first place net won gift certificates for $200 each for play here at Trump International Golf, as well as a set of Broward GOP glasses and the Republican Red Wine.
This little West Coast town, I drop by every night. I stay the closing time. My little mystery, that girl's killing me. So I put on this song, it's the same song.
And that brings us to our overall champions for the event. They had the low gross score of 64, started on hole 5. Paul Johnson, Aaron Johnson, Sam Anthony, and Keith Sprokey. The overall champions, low gross. Come on up, overall champions. What were those names again? Paul Johnson, Aaron Johnson, Sam Anthony, and Keith Sprokey. You have won a $2,500 gift certificates for a foursome to play here at Trump International Golf Club, as well as the Republican red wines and special Broward GOP victory glasses. Who's the winner?
They were changing names. I drop by every night. I stay the closing time. My little mystery, that girl's killing me. So I put on the song, just the same. Yeah, Jesus.
All right, we're ready for another speaker here. All right, next up is an unstoppable voice of the homeschool movement and a champion of intellectual freedom. She also acted in the TV series Hercules, where she met her future husband. An actress, author, and speaker, her message awakens families to reclaim control over their children's future. With her passion for truth and traditional values, she leads a cultural revolution that challenges the system and reaffirms the power of family. So without further ado, let's all welcome and give our attention to Sam Sorbo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I've got a cheering committee down here. Thank you, Raven. Okay. It's really hard for me to talk over people because I want to know what they're saying. So I'm going to ask you all to turn to the person next to you and just say, shh. And then maybe you need to turn the other way and say, shh. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see. The first thing I want to say is we are a largely unparented society at this point. We've been surrendering our children to schools for generations now, which means that those children have missed out on getting to know their parents better. And that's a loss that our culture is seeing the vestiges of now, more than ever with the abuse that's happening to children in our schools. The good news is that there are a large number of orphans who have become highly successful. I mean, let's face it, when your only two options are to go big or go home, what are you going to do? All right. So my husband mentioned that Obama picked Biden, Biden picked Kamala, Kamala picked Walz because they keep needing to dumb down their successor, right? That's what they're doing to the kids in school. Have you noticed? That is the Democrat playbook. Make everybody equally stupid. That's socialism, communism. And so we just keep getting dumber and dumber. But there's also the loss of parents and parenting. Oh, incidentally, I just want to mention that Kevin Sorbo was called by the state of Minnesota, GOP, today to ask him to come back to Minnesota and run against Tim Walz. As if he would ever move back to Minnesota from Florida. Like he would never leave Florida. We're very lucky to live in Florida. We feel tremendously blessed. We moved here shortly after the fires in LA. So we moved here a year before COVID and then went through COVID in the blessed state of Florida because it was much less bad in the state of Florida than elsewhere. I want to mention that somebody came up to us just now, Craig, thank you for coming up and saying that you were saved 2 years ago and you've made a commitment not to watch any secular entertainment. And ladies and gentlemen, that is one of the things that I talk about is that we are not training our children to be diligent with their eyes and their ears and what they are allowing into their heads. And right now in the schools have purposed to put very negative things inside children's heads. That's why I call schools now child abuse. And we should be more purposeful with our kids. By the way, did everybody hear Steve Bannon for those few minutes? You hear me? Did everybody hear him? So I just want to know, does this count as me speaking after Steve Bannon speaks? Because I was kind of excited to see that on the agenda today, that I was up after Steve. I mean, I've spoken after Kevin a long time, often. So in fact, I always have the last word. All right, so let's talk for just a minute about what we're doing to our kids. How many parents are in the room? Great. And you have young kids, I take it? Some of you have young kids, I hope? Yeah. So my encouragement to you is pull your kids out of school. And the reason is because what the schools are accomplishing is nothing. Actually, it's worse than nothing, it's damage. And so if you do nothing but damage control, that means you pull your children out of school. It's really that simple. There are lots of proofs for that. We learn a number of lies in school. Can anybody think of any of the lies that you learned when you went to school? Did you learn that learning is hard? Did you learn that teaching is hard? Right? We've heard that time and time again, teaching is hard. I have to put the lie to that. Teaching is not hard. It's the most pleasurable thing you can do, actually. When you teach a child to tie his shoes, and he gets so excited because he just learned how to tie his shoes, and he looks at you with these eyes of wonder, like, wow, you hung the moon and the stars because you taught him how to do that. I'll never forget the time I taught my son, my oldest son, how to open the door for others. This is like a lost art, in fact. It never occurred to me before then, but we were leaving the grocery store and he opened the door and it just swung back to the person behind him. And I said, no, you have to open the door for people who are right behind you. And you don't just open it, go through it and stand in their way. You open it, go through it, move around to the back of the door and hold the door open for them. And so the next time he did it, and do you know what the person did? They said, wow, thank you. What a lovely young man. And did that not puff him up? And it never went away, ladies and gentlemen, my son. And so this idea that learning is hard, this is an idea that we've been inculcated with because we had 13 years, K through 12, 13 years to learn how hard learning is and how hard teaching is. To convince us what? To convince us to surrender our children to the government. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've been paying attention or not, but the government is not necessarily on your side, right? So why would we surrender our children to that entity that clearly doesn't know how to educate children because it didn't educate us? How many of you think you can't homeschool your children? Oh my gosh, really? Many of you think that you can homeschool? Am I surrounded by homeschoolers? Nobody told me. I wasn't prepared. Well, this is awesome. So if you're all homeschooling your children, then really my job is done. And I'm just here to empower you and tell you to take the next step. The curriculum is you. Your job is to bring your children into adulthood. Your job is simply to make sure that your children become happy, productive, generous, giving, forgiving, knowing how to ask for forgiveness, right? The important things. And the rest of it follows, because when you set your children on a path to truth, they don't divert from it. But right now in our schools, we're setting children on a path to falsehoods, lies, an agenda that's driven by child abuse and an incessant jealousy of children, right? We live in a culture today that hates children. Our culture today, we abort children and we celebrate it. We send them to gender affirming clinics and call it healthcare. We rob children of their childhoods, almost as if we're jealous of them having a childhood because we didn't get one, right? We send children to school all day, and then when they somehow don't quite perform, they get homework, which is, what is that, punishment? No, that's actually training for you, the parent. And then if they can't do the homework well enough, the parent takes them to tutoring. So they punish them even further. And they miss out on their childhoods. And that's something that we can turn around in one generation. And the reason that I harp on this is because we've been doing this for so many years that we've lost sight of what's important. And what's important is freedom, not safety. And so, I mean, let's face it, this nation was founded by basically 56 men who were all homeschooled. They were all homeschooled. There were no schools. They didn't go to school. In fact, they were all self-taught, which is really the pinnacle. That's what you're going for. You want your children to be self-taught because the world is changing more rapidly now than ever before. And if you want your children, if your goal is that they get a job, which is the goal of the school, well, it's the stated goal of the schools. It's not the goal of the schools, but it's what they convince us of, right? That the most important thing for your child is to have a job, which is, of course, a lie. But if that is a goal of yours, so I just want to make sure that my child can earn money, sending them to school is not the best way to do that. Making them or helping them to find out who they really are and their special giftings is the best way to do that. And becoming a self-learner or a self-teacher or an autodidact is the best way to equip your child for the changing circumstances of this world. And so how do you do that? You teach them to love learning. And how do you teach them to love learning? You learn alongside them. And that's why every parent is equipped. Every parent is equipped. Because if there's something that you don't know, that's a blessing in disguise. Learn it alongside your child and set them free. Set yourself free at the same time. So that's my message to you. And if we do this, and if we set our children on a path to truth, and we show them that the ultimate goal is not safety, it's freedom, then we can turn this all around in one generation. Because it won't take the majority, it takes a remnant. The majority is easily led. And up until recently, they've been easily led down the primrose path by, the culprits that we all talk about, the mainstream media, the politicians, social media, which of course we know was taken over, right? And we can turn it around. So, how long do you want me to speak for? Keep going, he says, just keep going. We have somebody after me? Excellent. I can't wait. So can I encourage you, please go to sorbostudios.com. Do it. You can do it right now. I know you all have cell phones. Sign up for our newsletter. That's how we stay in touch with people. My husband and I are very much in this fight. It's very important what you allow children to be exposed to. If you keep them home, then you will be able to protect them. And there is nothing wrong with that. In fact, that is your job, is to protect our children because they need to carry on your name. And, the left is very diligent in trying to sterilize children right now. I mean, sterilize them. Sterilize them completely and enslave them to big pharma for the rest of their lives. So the best way to do that, I'll just show you. This is my book in case you guys have friends that you want to convince. This is the way to convince them. This is a book I came out with. It's called Parents Guide to Homeschool. You can find it on sorbostudios.com, and it walks you through the goal of education, which is turning out a responsible adult and a saved soul, as opposed to the goal of the school, which is to enslave you to government for the rest of your life. Those are the two differences. Now, before I leave, I'm sorry, I'm going to take 5 more minutes. Before I leave, I have to talk to you about school choice. Who in here supports school choice? Great. Okay, so let's talk about this because we're a conservative group in here, right? Are we all conservatives? Okay. So if I told you, well, let me put it this way. Do we believe in socialism? Do we believe in the government solving our problems? Are we aware of the disaster that our colleges are today? Right? Children graduating with degrees that are useless and then saying to the government, pay for this because I borrowed money that I can't repay because I didn't study anything worthwhile, right? Okay. Do we want more of that? Why are we supporting school choice? Why are we supporting school choice? Because school choice is college loans for grade schoolers. That's what school choice is. School choice is like, I'm for school choice, but I don't want the government to get involved in it. I don't want the government to fund it because it's not a conservative value. And I know this makes me somewhat unpopular because believe me, this is a difficult stance to take. But you have to understand, the mouse never asks where the cheese comes from in the trap. The mouse just gets caught in the trap because the cheese is free. So you people who want government to pay for your children's education, or I should say schooling, need to think twice about that. Does that make sense? We've got a big fight on our hands because there are a lot of people who are very invested in more government entrenchment in education. And it's worked so well so far, right? We love our schools, right? Our schools are doing a wonderful job, right? Because the government knows what it's doing when it comes down to schooling our children. In fact, I make a distinction between education and school because schooling is not education. And so we have to be careful when we say, hey, government, come fix this problem for me. Incidentally, the ultimate irony is that these went to college on the government dime. They borrowed the money to go to school. They studied something useless at a government-funded school. And now they're saying, pay my loan off. And you know what? We're standing in opposition to that. But it is. Our problem is the government in this nation. We are. But we don't learn this because where did we go to school? Government schools. Government involvement in conflict of interest. Does that make sense? We are not the people who should be schooled by our government. We should be the ones schooling our governments. Thank you. So that's food for thought. Remember, my husband wants me to point out, we've got the 2 trips that are coming up. We're very excited about both of these. If you come on the cruise, yes, there's further information on Sorbo Studios on the events tab. If you come on the cruise, understand that it's like this amazing time of like a conference where you're meeting like-minded people and also traveling in Norway and seeing the fjords and seeing the amazing place that Norway is. I'm very excited because I speak Swedish and Norwegians understand Swedish, so that's kind of fun for me. And then the Greece trip, of course, is very limited. We're almost out of spots, but we had a couple people drop out recently, so there are some spots left. And so we would love to welcome you on that as well. And thank you so much for listening to me blather on.
So let's get a standing ovation for a husband and wife that gave up their time to come to speak to you today. Of course, his wife is much more gorgeous than her husband, but that's besides the point. So we have a little ring for your husband and a little necklace for you. She has to open it up to see. So Steve Bannon texted me just now, said he was apologizing, but he sent somebody into place, and we'll talk about that in a second as soon as she opens up her beautiful gift. So this is a ring for Kevin.
It says 47.
It says 47 on it. And a necklace that matches so they can go out and match. Thank you again for coming. It's been a pleasure having you. Okay. So Steve only had 15 minutes. He couldn't connect, even though we heard him on there. We couldn't connect in the back room. So we flew in somebody that's connected with Steve Bannon. His daughter, Captain Marine Bannon, who I've worked with over the last 2 years. We've done a lot of stuff together, and she's a wonderful woman. And she played in the golf tournament. Thank you for coming in. So she's going to give a little speech here, talk about her dad and a few other things. You want to come up, Maureen? Maureen has been on our program quite a bit. She does a great job. We love her for what she does. She's I think she's the CEO or the COO or everything for the War Room, because Steve is so busy. He doesn't even know what's going on anymore. Am I correct?
Thank you, Steve. And sorry that my dad couldn't connect with you guys today. Technical issues. I'm definitely not going to speak for as long as he had planned, but I know that his big thing is obviously election integrity, but just because we won in 2024 doesn't mean that we can sit back and celebrate. We have to get active for 2026. Which that means getting involved, not just at the national level, but at the local level, getting involved in your school boards and your local candidates. But I know we have some candidates running for office, for federal office, that are here. Get involved in those campaigns. Anything you can do to help those candidates. You know, I live on the other side of Florida, on the Gulf of America side of Florida. And my congresswoman got out and door knocked herself in the last 2 elections. She door knocked 9 to 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. And she made sure that people saw her, that she got the information out, and she was reelected in 2024 for a second term. So if you can help in any way for your candidates, get involved, door knock, phone bang, anything you can do to help, because we need more America First candidates in office. We've seen what is going on in DC, and I am very clear. We need as many America First candidates that care about this country. They don't want to send more money over to Ukraine and other foreign wars, or your sons and daughters. You know, my dad and I both fought in the military. I was deployed to Iraq in 2011, and we don't want to continue to send America's sons and daughters off to foreign battlefields. So I make it very clear today, we need to get more America First candidates in office. So anything that you guys can do to help those candidates. And that's all I got.
Right in my ear. Thank you, Maureen Bannon. Let's all hear another round of applause, Maureen. A great event here tonight or today. I also want to encourage you to go on the Broward GOP website or on any social media for Broward GOP. If you like what you hear today about how we're working to elect more Republicans in Broward County, there's a little game you can play. It only costs a couple of dollars, and you can support the party and possibly win a $250 gift certificate for Republican red wine, which you're going to hear more about later on today. You're going to have a special treat for those staying. So stick around. There's going to be a special wine tasting coming up for and by Republican Red. So thank you once again for all of your financial support. Thank you to our wonderful volunteers, our wonderful speakers, to Mr. and Mrs. Kevin and Sam Sorbo. Thank you. To Maureen Bannon. Thank you, Maureen. To all of our speakers here today, to Mr. Steve Stern. One more round of applause for Steve Stern. And now let me welcome once again my friend, your Republican Party chairman in Broward County, Mr. Chris Marino.
Thank you, Richard. And once again, everybody, there will be a wine tasting by Republican Red. This is a brand of wine that you'll all want to know about. We're encouraging you all to please wait a little bit, stay and enjoy the wine tasting at the very end. You're going to hear more about Republican Red very soon. I ask for your attention on a few issues and how we can all stay connected. But first, as chairman of the Broward Republican Party, I offer you all my most sincere gratitude for your support, not only today, but for your past and continued support. I'd like you to have the confidence in knowing how your support is being used to fight for you and your values in Broward County and beyond. Aside from the event costs, all monies donated by all of you and our sponsors goes directly towards communicating with and educating voters as to the reasons why they should become Republicans and making Broward become a red county like most of the other counties in Florida. Without your support, we would have no other means of funding for our work, and these funds are used to reach out, connect, support, and guide voters in Broward County, as well as supplementing campaign costs of Broward Republican candidates. It is you that makes this possible, and it is you participating in this way that makes all the difference in the success of our mission. Let's talk about staying connected. Now, this is an important one, folks, because I hope that you can all connect with us. This is something that you can do very easily, but sometimes you got to make that extra effort. So if I can have all of your attention just for a few more minutes. You can all help by following and sharing us with your friends on your favorite social media. Please look for us on Facebook at Broward GOP Official and any other of your social media that you prefer at Broward GOP. We're asking you to invite your friends to follow the Broward Republican Party. So please give us some likes, shares, post up some pictures of today. Greatly appreciated. It helps us meet more voters when you do that. That's how you can help. Another way, please visit browardgop.com to keep up to date and on supportive information that you need for elections, such as voter guides, candidate information, local Republican events, and much more. Please make sure to allow us and other fellow Republicans to stay in touch with you by email and text. It is critical you allow us to stay connected and never unfollow or unsubscribe from your fellow Republicans, especially the Broward Republican Party. We, the Broward Republican Party, would like to thank all of our speakers and members present today for volunteering your time to make this event great. I ask that you all please read our event program and carefully and patronize our sponsors. These fine patriotic businesses have stepped up for the cause and deserve an opportunity to have your business. Please take the extra step for them as they have done for us. And now, without further ado, I would like to bring Paul Johnson of Republican Red Wines to the stage. Paul is the owner of Republican Red Wines, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about their mission and the company and why this is such a fine brand of wine and why we hope this is your brand of wine going forward.
Thank you, Chris. Hello, hello. Thank you for the warm introduction. My name is Paul Johnson. I'm a Californian, a conservative Californian. I'm a second-generation vintner. I learned grape growing in the wine industry from my dad. So it's been a family business, and I've been on the farming end of things most of my life. And 5 years ago, I decided there was an opportunity to start a brand that could mean something that I'm passionate about. And that's when the idea of Republican Red came to be. Initially, the idea behind it was I was just pissed off about how Republicans were being seen in the media as kind of heartless bigots. And if you try and go head on with the media about this, they coin you as kind of a rage-filled conservative, just another one. And so I thought I could use wine as a way of connecting people, of starting conversations, of kind of being proud of being a conservative in a way that when you show up to a dinner party or you show up to a friend's place, you can bring this bottle of wine, and when you set it down on the table, you will bet that it will start a conversation, in conversations that we need to be having. And so that was the idea behind it. And I started out of converting my living room every day, pushing the couches back and packing orders out of the house. That's how I got started. In my first 10 weeks, this was leading up to the election in 2020, in my first 10 weeks of business, we did over $700,000 worth of sales. Yeah. Which is unheard of. Being a brand that no one's ever heard of before, starting on a website. We don't sell through grocery stores. It's just through our website. You place your order, we ship it right to your doorstep. That's how it works. And got off to such a great start. And then the election 2020, guess what happened? We got shut down. So our ability to advertise, our ability to get in front of people and have people learn about the winery was taken away. And it was taken away for 6 months. And so this business that I started and really put a lot of resources and momentum behind was kind of stripped from me at that moment. And so it took a couple of years to rebound. And about a year and a half ago, I started back at it and said, you know what, there's another opportunity to do this. And I'm going to go bigger and better and create more wines, create bigger and better marketing and reach more people, because I know this works. I know that once you get this bottle and you put it down on the table, it means something, because we kept hearing back from our customers, like, thank you so much for doing this. Thanks for standing up. Thanks for doing something. And what started as just a little way in my industry to make a difference has turned into quite a movement. One of the main things I did the second time around, it was different. The first time around, I relied on Facebook to reach people. I relied on social media companies, and that backfired in a big way. So I decided this next time around, I'm going to reach customers. Instead of giving those dollars to Meta, I'm going to give them to GOP groups around the country. And I'm going to partner with them, just like I've partnered here in Broward, in front of you, because you are my customer. You are who I serve. And what better way to do that? And then, as you'll see, there's QR codes on the tables. So you place an order, we know that you purchased here. 15% of those sales are going to come right back to this club. And that's a special thing. That's a special thing. It's so think, but otherwise those dollars would be going to Meta, would be going to these large companies that aren't necessarily aligned with us. It's been such a success. Last year I was here and I met many people, and the network has grown. And I met someone who I've come to respect. She's a sommelier, and we've been talking about this brand for quite some time. And she lives here in Southern Florida. She goes, you know, there's a real opportunity here. And why don't we create something where we can get a wine club going and start to connect all the different GOP groups in the area? And Chris here kind of caught wind of this and was actually very much part of creating this idea, and thought, well, why don't we use the wine to start connecting these different clubs together? And so you'll be hearing more about this. I'm going to invite Frida up to speak about it. Why don't you come on up? And then after this, we're going to be pouring wine here in the back. They're getting it ready right now. I'm going to talk a little bit about the wine and talk you through it. So hopefully you can stick around and enjoy it. But I just appreciate your ear for just a moment. And thank you so much. Frida, why don't you come up?
Thank you so much, Paul. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I say anything further about Republican Red, I just want to say it's been a pleasure connecting with so many wonderful people in this room. I want to thank especially Mary Lopez Palma, who's brought some dynamic, amazing people into my life that has opened this door to work with Republican Life. It's been a dream to be able to work with a company that aligns with my values as a sommelier, and also with a wine that's doing the right thing for all of us. So Chris Marino, I also want to say thank you so much. Chris and I had a back and forth, and we were wondering what's the best way to really connect. And this aligns a little bit with my story a few years ago coming into the political arena. And I found that I became a member of the West Palm Beach Club. I was a member of the YR group in Fort Lauderdale. I was a member of the group in Miami. I'm a member of BREC. And as a Republican, the one thing that resonated with me when I left every event was, why aren't we more at all of these events? Why are we all not conversating? Why are we not socializing? Why are we not behaving in a sense of union? We've already won. And I feel like there's so much more for us to celebrate. And Chris said, Farida, wine brings people together. Republican wine has been bringing this club together, and they've been reaping the benefits of it. So here's what we're launching. We are launching the official Republican Wine Club of Florida in general. And we're taking this county by county. So if you want to host the next social, you want to bring your members together, you want to do something different than your standard everyday run-of-the-mill meetings, this is what we're going to do. We're going to offer tastings and pairings and social events where you can have conversations with like-minded people. Pop open a glass, not pop open a bottle, not pour a glass, and spend time together. Because guess what? Every club has something different to offer. When I go to the YR meetings, they're all about getting people out to the polls. When I go to Miami, they're all about getting voter registration. When I sit with Mary, she's thinking, who can we get funded to get to the table? So everybody brings something to the table. And I feel like every club, in our differences, we have the same foundational values. Our values are the same. That's why we're in this room. And as a woman in this industry, and as an Indian woman in this industry, which is, I am only 26 of 3,000 in the world, I want to use my skill set for us to do greater things together. And so aligning with Republican Red, aligning with people like Chris Marino, aligning with people like Carl, aligning with people that make these great events happen is what's going to bring us under this umbrella. So raise water glasses up and let's do a toast to Republican Red, because you will be tasting the Pinot Noir in a little bit. So can we get a whoop whoop or whatever it is that we do these days for Republican Red? And I do want to say thank you so much to Ishmael Cabezas for personally taking me in hand and introducing me to all the people in the room that I know. And so we're tasting the Pinot Noir today. Like Paul always says, there's so many different shades of red. All of us in this room have a different shade of red. And the Pinot Noir is one that exhibits exquisite taste, representing our current president in all of his glory, in all of his power, but yet it finishes very softly and very gently. It comes from the great hills of Santa Lucia Highland, California, which the best wines in the world come from. So when you taste this glass, just grab a glass, scan your QR code to sign up for our wine club, and let Paul walk you through the exquisite details of this beautiful wine he's brought us today. Paul, thank you so much. We're so grateful, and we are going to do great things in Broward County and beyond. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, folks, we're just about to that point of the wine tasting. We're just asking for just another moment. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Trump International Golf Club and its staff for their hospitality and professionalism. I would also like to especially thank Steve Stern, our chairman, who was the point person of this event, along with Ismael Cabezas, Olga Santa Maria, and Anne-Marie Kynes, and all of our amazing volunteers that made this beautiful event happen. We hope you will all join us at future events, and especially next year at our 3rd annual Republican Invitational Golf Tournament Luncheon. As you are making your way to the wine tasting, Hollis will sing God Bless of America. So as Hollis is singing, you're welcome to get up. They're going to make a glass of wine. We're asking you to not drink it until Paul explains to you what you're drinking, and enjoy the wine tasting. So if you could, as Hollis sings God Bless America, we ask you all to move over to the wine tasting and enjoy your sampling. God bless you all, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again to Steve Stern. Thanks for inviting us. It's great. It's an honor to be here. God bless America. Let that love stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, away with God bless America, my home, sweet home. All right, this is where I want everybody. Come on, everyone. God bless America. Let that stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, why we're sweet and bright. So America. Sweet. Make some noise. Sweet. Thank you.